All right, so let's see. Let's make sure we. Hmm. Glad we're testing this. Not sure what's happening. How do we get that off? Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're good. So we should be live here. Let's refresh here. As you can tell, it's gonna capture everything from whatever I say. Uh, so we should be good on this front. It's where you'll switch these. It should be all set now. And so when we pause, we may do something like that. Have this on here. So, mute that so you'll have to hear that feedback. Yes,
It's that stuff like that.
that's ours. You need it.
Yeah, I need the chair.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna get them from in front of this camera.
This is my third time.
Good morning. How we doing today? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you guys for coming out today. I am the founder and president. My name is Carl Nixon Jr. of this great organization. Minorities in Sports and Excellence at University. This is our first and inaugural Sports Business and NIL Education Summit, so we do thank you for your time and dedication towards the day. Today we're going to start with the opening remarks, and then we're going to head straight into our first panel, which is the health and wellness. I have a few people that I would love to introduce to you all. Again, my name is Carl Nixon Jr., and I will have joining me Mr. Antoine Burrell, the CEO of Bradford. You guys know her as well. She leads all the charge as far as student athletes and athletics. So give a round of applause.
How y'all doing? Good. Thank y'all for all being here. As Carl mentioned, my name is Antoine Burrell. I'm the founder and CEO of B Collective Plus. We are an HBCU name, image, and likeness solutions provider. What that means is we did our company to help the HBCU community navigate and understand the NIL landscape, as well as create opportunities within the sports business industry. I'm excited for you all to be here with us today. We have a lot of great panelists, speakers, and sessions that we'll be covering, and I really hope there's something that you all can get from it. And without further ado, I'll pass it on to Ms. Bradford.
Good morning. Thank you. On behalf of Southern University Athletics, I just want to welcome you to the Sports Business and NIL Education Summit. We're excited to have all of you here today because this is not something just that impacts student athletes, but people in the sports industry as well. So anyone who wants to learn and gain that experience is getting valuable knowledge here. At Southern University, we don't just participate, we set the standard. So today, as we go through these sessions, make sure that you engage, you ask questions. We want this to be interactive because we want you to be able to take away something from this experience that you couldn't get anywhere else. Again, enjoy your day and welcome.
So now give us a couple of minutes and we'll get started with our first session, all right? So for our first session, health and wellness, we'll have Ms. Madison Woolfolk, my sports liaison committee member. She's going to be moderating the panel. So can I have you come up?
Hello, you guys. Good morning. My name is Madison Woolfolk. I'm a part of MiS SUBR, and I serve as the Sports Liaison Committee. And today we have two lovely guest speakers, Dr. Marissa Edwards Burrell and Ms. Lakeitha Poole. Coming up and joining us, please. Let's give a round of applause, please. Thank you, guys, and welcome to Mind Behind Performance and Mental Wellness Identity. In sports, we often focus on physical performance, but we truly separate good from great is what's actually happening mentally. Today, we're diving into how mental wellness impacts performance, how identity shapes confidence and decision-making, and how to manage pressure and expectations in high-performance environments. This conversation is for everyone, student athletes, future sports professionals, and leaders navigating high-pressure environments. Our goal is simple. When you leave, you'll have real strategies and apply immediately and improve your focus and discipline and overall well-being. To get started, I would like each of my panelists to briefly introduce yourselves, not just your name and your title, but what led you into this work in this field and why mental wellness is important to you personally.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Marissa Edwards Burrell, and I am a health therapist and sports wellness professional. I've been in this field for a little over 10 years now. I work as a therapist, I work as a consultant, but I also work with student athletes to help them improve their mental wellness because it is imperative for their performance. And so I started off working, I'm a fitness instructor, so it started off as a mixture of bridging fitness and mental well-being, and the background in health psychology ties into sports really easily. And then as Be Collective was born, the mental health piece became very prevalent and very important for me. So as the lead mental health facilitator for Be Collective, it's just super important and super imperative to be here, especially for our student athletes here at HBCUs. I'm really thankful to be here, excited.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Lakeitha Poole. I serve as Assistant AD for Sports Psychology and Counseling at Louisiana State University. I've been in that role or some version of that role for the past 10 years, but I've been at LSU this year makes 16 years. And so I started out solely working with mental health when it comes to just the broader college student population. And about 6 years in, then moved over to athletics. What I have found most enjoyable probably about that is the way that the sports world has embraced wellness in a different way than it has when I was in college or high school as an athlete, as well as just being able to recognize that for Black individuals who are participants in sport, you can have all of those be a part of your identity. And so what has been really, really cool about my job is being able to provide as much education as we can, erase a lot of stigma, and then of course for folks that maybe you're not on the athlete side, you're the person that is the performer. We talk a lot about mental performance with athletes, but my passion also has been making sure that the next generation of either mental health clinicians or people who want to work in the sports world are super knowledgeable about what does it look like to either be a practitioner in that space or to be able to be on a support staff and recognize that mental health is also a part of that. So I'm excited to have this conversation today.
Thank you for that. We hear a lot about mental toughness in sports, but sometimes that conversation overlooks mental wellness. From your experience, how does mental wellness directly impact performance, whether that's on the field, in the classroom, or a professional setting?
I have a bias towards the word mental toughness. I think toughness in general is sort of self-perceived. Like we define what's tough based on what we believe is our, most extenuating piece of pain or thing that we're trying to work through. But I do think that we need to be intentional for all of us as humans to be thoughtful about like, what does it mean to have resilience? What does it mean to bounce back? And so I think it just ends up being something that's intertwined for athletes or people who are working with athletes, working in the sports world, to be intentional of like, what does it mean for you to know your thresholds and have awareness of when you're not your best self, when you're not doing well, when somebody around you isn't doing well, and then figuring out like, is that a moment for me to intervene and ask some questions? Or if it's me myself, is it time for me to take a little break? Do I need to reset? Are my goals misaligned? And so mental toughness, the word itself, the term is a little murky for me, but I think being able to think about your self-awareness in that sense is where maybe that toughness comes in for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great answer. Just to piggyback, it was, wasn't it? And just to piggyback off of that, I think, like you mentioned, toughness is in the eye of the beholder. And so I too I'm a little iffy on the word toughness because I think we can't separate mental wellness from mental toughness or whatever that looks like, because a lot of the things that we struggle with or the things that come up with regard to mental health, we can't separate that from our identities as a student athlete, as a child, as an adult, whatever that looks like. And so realistically, mental health and mental wellness are complete, they're total, and in order for you to do all of the things you need to do to be a student athlete, to be a college student, you have to have that awareness. I tell people a lot that when you're in college, you're just learning a lot of these things for yourself, right? So you're starting to learn what your own health and wellness practices look like. And so it's, for me, a form of exploration. It's a growing thing that you have to be able to know, and it takes some time. It really does.
What's a common misconception students have about mental toughness?
They're all super different.
Yeah, I think kind of what we both were saying,
Okay.
just that there's this idea that toughness is external, right? That you can see it. And I think like, society has put it where like, oh, if you're tough, then you're running faster, you're jumping higher, you're pushing harder, but in actuality, toughness sometimes is internal. It's your ability to be able to know you need to take a step back. It's your ability to be able to start over. And so I just think that's probably, you almost keep it simple. Like I think we make it harder to think about what that looks like because we're thinking about externally versus internally.
And I also think that mental toughness and resilience can be used in a similar stance. I believe that, like you mentioned, mental toughness is very much individualized, whereas your sense of resilience is what you're really looking at. And I think a lot of people perceive toughness as how do I get to my breaking point, when in reality, resilience is that I don't have to go all the way to my breaking point. I have an awareness, a self-awareness that I can step back if I need to, I can take a step back, or even just say no to things, right? Like if that means that this doesn't serve me anymore, this sport, this approach doesn't serve me, I can always take a step back. But that takes a level of, one, self-awareness, but also a level of resilience.
Thank you for that. Let's talk about identity. Because who you believe you are often shapes how you perform. How does identity influence confidence, leadership, and decision-making for students and athletes?
I think it's a huge component that probably doesn't get enough attention. Again, I know we keep kind of going back to the idea of, yes, we're talking about athletes or people who work in sport, but like just as humans, like all of us are performers, and I said that before too, but it's this whole idea that like you need to be able to enter spaces no matter where it is, the sports arena, the business world, working in an athletics department if you are, and be able to show up as yourself. And so that looks different for everybody in this room because we're all different. We all have something different to contribute. And so I think when you start thinking about where you're getting your confidence from, where you're getting kind of the ideals around like who you are as a person, most of that's going to be shaped by your life experiences, your background, who you surround yourself with. And so I really think like identity is something that is constantly growing and changing. There are definitely some solid pieces that we're given through maybe our family and our upbringing. But I don't know that you can really say that you are truly a great performer in this space if you haven't figured out like what your identity is and what pieces you need to make that work and make it tick. So I would just say make sure that you're thinking about all those pieces when you're looking for jobs, when you're getting your degree, when you're joining organizations. Like those pieces need to be able to show up in all those spaces so that you can produce in the space that you're actually trying to work in.
Thank you.
And I also think there's a piece of identity that is, like you said, a learning experience. As you get older, as you grow, your identity changes, right? There's certain things that are very core that have always been there, probably will always be there, but there's also things that you may have to explore and process and check in about. I also tell a lot of my student athletes, your identity can't solely be in your identity as an athlete, right? Because at some point, you may or may not be an athlete anymore. It's the same way you would never want your full identity to be wrapped up in your relationship, because if the relationship ends, you don't want your identity to end, right? So the thing I tell my clients, the thing I tell my students, a lot of times is like, make sure your identity is multifaceted, right? Think about it almost like a multi-hyphenate, to have a lot of things that impact your identity, because if at any point one of those things is not going well, this is the example I use, right? Most of us as adults or in school, if my whole identity was wrapped up in my identity as a therapist, and I had a client that said, you're not helping me, my entire identity would plummet, right? Versus if I have a part of my identity wrapped up in my role as a therapist, my role as a wife, my role as a best friend, whatever that is, if one piece of that isn't going particularly well, I have other things to fall back on. I can still remain confident. I can still walk into spaces and feel good about myself. And that is what an identity composition looks like, as opposed to just having one sole thing. And a lot of people, when it comes to sports specifically, their identities are solely wrapped up in that because it's something they excel in. It's something that they're confident in. And that's not a bad thing by any means. 100% lean into that, but also don't let it be the sole source of your identity.
Thank you. I love that. Thank you. Pressure is constant, whether it's performance, expectations, academics, NIL opportunities, and career decisions. What are effective ways students can manage stress and pressure in high-demand environments?
I think, one, to go back to the last question about identity, so you got to know yourself, because that's the only way you're going to know what you should be pursuing that's authentic and genuine to you, so start with that. And then I think, in the time that you guys are in, like, this is the time to almost try everything. I was one of those kids that, you know, I'm from New Orleans, so my mom let me do everything. I did band, I did sports, I did student council. And so college is also that time where you can try a little bit of everything so that you figure out what parts of your identity kind of need that fueling and need to be able to be fed. And so I always say start there, like make it simple, like be able to know who you are and then give anything that piques your interest, even if it's momentary, a try. Figure out if that aligns with maybe some of your bigger goals. And then the things that don't work, great. Now you know what doesn't work. And so you don't have to spend the next 15 years in a role or in a job that doesn't fit you. So identity, and then, you know, give everything a try.
That is so good. And I tell people it's not my punchline, but it's something I say. All roads for me lead back to self-awareness, right? Like there's nothing that we can talk about that won't lead us back to having a strong, secure sense of yourself. And that doesn't have to be concrete, but there has to be space for you to explore. And so there's so many people I talk to, and the first thing they say is like, oh, I don't like that. And when I ask them why they don't like it, they'll say my parents didn't like it or my friends don't like it. And it's like, but that has nothing to do with you, right? And so having this space where you can explore, right, before you decide whether you like something or not is really impactful, because a lot of people's identities don't change with us. Like, you're in a whole new space now, whether you're a freshman, whether you're a senior. This space, especially here at an HBCU, you have the freedom, the flexibility, and the comfort to do whatever it is that you would like. This is the time where you can explore whether it's things that you've never tried before or things that you might want to revisit from childhood. Like, I grew up as a dancer, and recently I started taking dance classes again, because why not, you know? And I realize I'm happy, right? I realize that there's a lot of things that come from that. So whatever that space looks like for you, make sure you're leaning into it fully, or even setting aside time for that, right? So obviously, you all are students, so you're managing a lot of things, but do you reserve your Saturday mornings for exploration, or do you reserve a certain day of the week to do the things that you really want to try? Just always be open-minded when it comes to these factors.
Thank you. What's one strategy students can use this week?
I'm a big proponent of career maps. And so this is something that I think in maybe more of the career counseling space, but with our student athletes, we talk about probably still a little too late. Like, you really, as a freshman, should be thinking about, like, what's just sort of my, like, biggest, wildest dreams in alignment with who I am. And so there's nothing wrong with dreaming. So a career map just lets you say, like, hey, a year from now, which if I'm a freshman is just sophomore year, what do I want to see happen? If that's a network you're trying to create, if that's shadowing somebody, like, make sort of a timeline. And that's something somebody can do today. Like, you can leave here today after you meet all the folks that y'all are going to engage with throughout the day and say, okay, 1 year this, 3 years this, 5 years this, 10 years this. And it doesn't mean that you're locked into those just because you wrote them down, but they do allow you to not necessarily have to keep that in your head and create anxiety or stress, worried about being off of your plan, when in actuality, it really is just about, like, letting your dreams sort of start to come to fruition. And so career mapping for me is, I think, a huge sort of suggestion I like to make to folks, that if you are looking for something that you can do right now to try to have an effect on your future, that's a great place to start.
Really good. And it kind of ties into what my idea about this was, and that's visualization. All roads will also lead back to mindfulness for me. And so at some level, this idea of visualizing what it is that you want, we use this technique a lot with sports and athletes in general, whether it's visualizing the ball going into the basket, or you winning a championship, or whatever that looks like. But that can also look like, what do I want my next year to look like? I'm a very visual person, so I tell people, like, if it's not on a Pinterest board, I don't know what it looks like. And that's because I visually need to see it. And so whether that means creating yourself a Pinterest board, whether that's going on TikTok and being like, what do I want my life to look like? And taking the time to envision that, because I think that will, like you mentioned, give you this step-by-step process. A lot of people don't know what that looks like, but the other part of it is maybe even doing some form of self-reflection for you, or self-assessment, to say, where am I now? What do I want? What parts of my life are going really well? What parts of my life might need some adjustments, versus what things am I really ready to give up? So some form of self-assessment, self-reflection, and also visualizing your ideal self is what I like to call it, would be great.
Okay, thank you. You both answered beautifully, and you already touched on most things, but I do want to make sure the students leave with something that they can actually use one or two practical tools and habits and mindset shifts that can help students improve their mental wellness performance starting today. Of course, like you all already said, routines, self-talk, boundaries, journaling, and breathing techniques. But is there anything else they can use today?
I think we've summed up a lot of it, but I do think just adding maybe to that list is being able to make sure that you're practicing actual self-care versus self-indulgence. And the reason why I point that out is because, and we're all guilty of it, I think at certain points, the wellness industry has started to boom in ways where people are using the terms all the time of like self-care and, go get your nails done and go to get a massage. And like those things are great and they are self-care practices, but if you have not set aside, and you said this earlier, a time where you specifically are saying, this is, reserved for me to read, to journal, to go to my therapy session. I'm a therapist with a therapist. So, I always make sure that no matter what, that time is sort of sacred. And so I think, if anything, maybe do some self-assessment of like, am I actually practicing self-care or am I kind of like practicing self-indulgence, which is just the checking of the box to be like, oh, I went and got my nails done today, so self-care. And it's like, well, if you don't go again for another month and a half, did you really practice self-care or did you just do something that made you feel good for a minute? And so I would say today, just encouraging folks to consider what does it look like to really make sure that as you're taking care of yourself and trying to be the best performer that you are in the spaces you exist in, are you really incorporating true self-care practices to make yourself more whole so that you can show up in those spaces in the way that you want to?
Thank you.
No, that's great. And I have a couple of things. Number one being find rest that is actually restful. I took a nap the other day and it was like, I love naps, but I took a nap the other day and I woke up and felt very refreshed and realized that before then, my rest had not been restful, right? So I might not have been doing work, I might not have been answering emails, but maybe I was scrolling on TikTok, doom scrolling, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's 2 hours that I wasn't working. It's like, yeah, but you also weren't resting, right? So figuring out what rest truly looks like for you. And then the other thing is developing what I would like to call a healthy skepticism for any and everything, right? I think that's a technique that you can bring in at any point to kind of stop, decide and question things, right? Because not everything, like you mentioned, is self-care going to help me stop, process, and decide like, okay, what is it that I need to do? And not believe everything that everyone says, right? So even us as professionals, if there are things that you want to like double check our facts on, do that, right? Because it's going to come out, right? But at some level, check in with those kinds of things. And that also means developing a healthy skepticism for yourself to say, are there things that I've been doing that don't serve me anymore? Question yourself. And I think that is a technique that you can use as early as now to try to help.
Thank you. This has been an incredible conversation. Hopefully you guys already took something valuable from this. I want to pan out to the audience. This is just important. Do you guys have any questions for our panelists? Anybody? No? Nobody has a question? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for your guidance and your advice. I really appreciate it. I'm pretty sure everyone else appreciate it. Can we get a round of applause for them, please?
Again, guys, let's give a round of applause for a great session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great knowledge, great insight. We love it. The power of storytelling is real. Athletes, you guys are real. This industry is real. So thank you again. So for our next session, we're going to dive deep into our branding and brand strategy, how to leverage your brand. So give us a couple of minutes and then we'll get started, all right? In the meantime, there will be some worksheets that will be being passed out throughout the tables. So this is going to be for the next session. Just please hold on, skim through it, and we'll be getting started in a few, okay?
Bro, this is too, it's too bright. Like, if you look at it, right? So coming back, you see how, you see, oh shit, too bright. This dude, and I don't know how to like put this like, that's why it was too bright. Everything was working, but when it got to it, it was just too, the light was too bright.
That's fine. Yeah, I think that's just the. You're good.
The camera, okay.
Thank you guys for being so patient with us. We'll be starting exactly 3 minutes with our next session. This is going to be a session you do not want to miss as you want to enhance your brand and identity.
You going to track today? What? You going to track today? What time is that? Start at 10. But running the festival starts at 1 o'clock. We get done with this, I'm like, we ain't gonna be out of here by then. That's why I'm leaving early. I'm leaving at 12. So, okay. I mean, I'll probably just take over the live stream. Most likely. Shows y'all for the minutes.
Thank you. Also, hello, son.
Go sit up there with your team. You are fine. I like it. I know in a good way.
Okay, guys, we're going to get started on our next session here, all right? So we started off early, we started off strong, let's continue to execute. So for our next session, this involves brand identity and leveraging and storytelling your personal brand and how you want to convey yourself, whether that's in person or on a digital platform. And for this session, we have our very own Southern alum and my fraternity brother, Marlon L. Hollins, the chief strategist at The Crew. So please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. How y'all doing? I'm doing well. So for the sake of this session, as it's called branding, brand identity, I'm not going to introduce myself because we should be learning who you are. The biggest thing when you think about your brand identity, brand awareness, securing NILs, is who do people think you are? What does your brand say about who you are? And how is it communicated to different audiences? The first thing they will look at is your digital footprint, correct? So let's make the first step of this workshop interactive. I want you to pull up your Instagram and pass your phone to your neighbor. And in 30 seconds, I want you to scan that person's profile. And then I'll have two people tell me what that brand means. But first, that person will tell us what they think their brand means. Okay? So pull up your Instagram profile, pass your phone to the person next to you, and in 30 seconds, view it and tell me what that person's social footprint says about their brand. Okay? All right, that's enough. Put it down. So, two volunteers, I'll start off with you. Tell me what that person's brand looks like based on what you saw on social media.
Honestly, I think she is influencer.
What is she influencing? What type of content? Lifestyle. Whose phone was that? Okay. Tell me what you say your brand is. Or what does your social media say your brand is? And it doesn't hit your target audience. with intention or post just to be posted on social media? Post just to be posted. Okay, let's go to this table. Did y'all look at your neighbor's Instagram page or anything like that? Okay. Tell me what your neighbor's Instagram is. He's big on football and posts a lot of film. Whose phone was it? All right. Is that what you wanted to say on social media? All right. There's a QR code on your table. Scan it for me, and it's going to lead the guided workshop on building your brand and storytelling. So the first piece I want you to think about, from social media to showing up to practice to showing up in class, is winning every rep. Everything you post, everything you say, communicates the message. For that message to be fundable, what you are intending to post must be received by a target audience, to a target community, and with a targeted need. So individually, let's think, what would you want your brand to say? Who is the target audience, and how do you monetize that target audience? All right, y'all passed the first intro part yet when it has the list of questions about brand? All right, let's take a second to look at that. So when you think of NIL, most people look at it as name, image, and likeness. What it is, your name is your name, what people say about you, what your brand communicates. Your image is your digital footprint. What does it look like? Is it sending the message that you needed to say? And the likeness is about congruency. So I'm not gonna pay you if you're not bringing my personal brand any value. So if my personal brand is a restaurant, how would football content specifically or lifestyle content specifically support my bottom line, which is my brand? If it doesn't support my brand, why would I pay you any funds, any interest, any opportunities to parallel with the brand? There's one. So names, image, and likeness. So first think of it as the opportunity. Your name and images creates the opportunity. The opportunity now is to leverage your likeness as a student athlete, a student leader on campus. But then the next part is, once you have that branding, how do you get to the opportunity? The opportunity right now can start off as a brand ambassador. Does your brand align with my brand? And you have to be intentional. So you seek out the brands that you want to align with. If you want to be in Baton Rouge, it's a sports company called Elite Sports Branding Wear. They connect to high school students and sell high school jerseys. How does your brand connect with their small business for them to pay you to tell the story? What's the value proposition? So on that first page, you will see a list of audiences. I want to help you identify your audience. So pull back up that QR code. And those first sheet of questions will go through the audience. It helps you identify who's your target audience. What type of content are you posting? And what does it transition to? So let's go through it for a minute. When you think of audience, who are people who normally come to your page or who normally follow your story or who you normally touch? Who follow you? One would be community. Your community could be your people back home, your family, which could be in Louisiana, whatever state you're from. The other one could be sports fans. It could be people specifically interested in Southern University athletics, volleyball, track, football. It could be lifestyle and fitness brands. It could be restaurants. It could be nonprofit and enthusiasts. If you post motivational messages or messages that are student empowerment, it could be companies of that like. So as we think about it, what does your brand align with? Or who do you want it to align with, and how do you monetize it? All right, so let's look at what some target audiences on that first page of the worksheet that you found that you have identified with based on your current brand right now. Jordan.
I have a lot. Okay, say them all. I have college students with same school, college students, other schools, teammates, athletes, same sport athletes, different sports, friends, family members, people from my city/area, local businesses, mentors, and then fashion and lifestyle.
The next one should say, what do you post consistently? What are some things, lifestyle, that you post consistently, and how do you connect it to fundable brands that are local in Baton Rouge, connected to your hometown, connected to sports, connected to mentorship opportunities, whatever was on the list of things that you selected? What do you post consistently? What is your current brand message? And does it align with something to be fundable? What's your name? What do you think?
My name is Serenity, and I have appearances and engagement brand.
What about you?
I had started filling it out before you had started, so like, and I'm scared if I go back, it's going to erase everything else. It's not going to erase.
All right, so right now what you post, would you say that aligns with that? Now let's go to the next page, and the next page just said talk about value. What was the first question on the next page? Is it value? Okay, we talked about who do you reach, now value. Consistent value, what value do you, with what you currently produce, will bring to another brand? And value, think value is bottom line, right? So if I'm gonna pay you $1,000 a month to support whatever brand that is, what's the return on investment? $1,000 is not a lot of money when you think of a business making market and investment brands. Tell you, it's pocket change. There's companies in Baton Rouge right now who have small mom and pop companies who have 4 and 5 high student athletes on NIL paying $1,000 a month to tell them to come eat fried chicken. If your current brand doesn't align with that, right? They're looking at your voice, they're looking at your footprint, they're looking at your reach, they're looking at what's your engagement. When I go to your page and do a brand audit, I can see, okay, what are the comments? What are the likes? What are the shares? I can look at your follower list and say, oh, those are our Southern students. Those are our soccer players. Those are our football players. And when I'm ready to pay you, how would that influence my brand? What is the value to that? All right. The next one would be alignment. Alignment is similar. We talked about lifestyle, we talked about football, we talked about fitness, we talked about motivation. How does your current brand align with my brand and what I'm doing? So if I have after school tutoring service, everybody here is a student athlete, everybody's in college. So everybody has passed elementary, middle, and but I need to market that tutoring service to people. How does your brand, from what it looks like, align with an audience that you know you can influence? Does it look like that on social media? I know you're fine, but is it all swimsuit? I know you're an athlete, but is it all strength training? If so, what is the brand message and who does it connect to? Are we posting with intentionality? Are we posting to target our next level of investment? Are we posting to grow our bottom line? And then what we post, what does it say? So if you go on the last page, second to last page, it has a brand pitch guide on there. And it could help you frame what one would call a 30-second elevator pitch. I spoke at something for Uncaged a few weeks ago, and we talked about your elevator pitch. Elevator pitch, generally speaking, if you're in the business with a top executive, how are you going to transition in that one 30-second pitch to something meaningful, that's attractive, shows your brand proposition, and that'll secure you a good job. A good job. So when you think of NIL, that's the last piece. One is the opportunity that presents itself first. Two is the transition. But three is the long-term network. You're in college. At one point, you're gonna graduate, the soccer ball is gonna deflate, you're gonna hang up your shoulder pads, your spikes will be retired. What has your name, image, and likeness done for the long haul, and what position has it secured for you? So that's what you do right now. That's essentially what I believe name, image, and likeness is. As a student, former student athlete, as a current college professor, as an NFL agent, as a lawyer, as a real estate investor, as a consultant, when you look at your name, image, and likeness, how has it connected you to a bigger opportunity that adds value to you and value to the company? So on that last little piece, let's look at that elevator pitch. And then briefly, how many minutes we have? All right. Then let's work on our elevator pitch. So look at that last paragraph. Fill it out, not literally fill it out, but read through it with your name. And we'll pass the mic and do a sales pitch. The biggest thing you don't know is every room you walk in is an interview. Every room is attached to an outcome and assess your name, image, and likeness. How do you present yourself? How do you appear? How do you communicate? Are you looking attentive? Do you want to be in the space? Do you look engaged? Every day is an interview, and everything has a dollar value attached to it. So we'll briefly go through our brand pitch, elevator pitch, so you can prepare yourself when you walk in a room and somebody has an opportunity for you, because you never know. So let's take about 30 seconds to a minute to look at it and fill in the dots and consider it. If you're walking into a room, talking to an executive, how are you going to pitch yourself in a 30 seconds in a room of 10 people? Because think about how many people, and this one gets slightly competitive. When you're looking at brand deals, you're not only competing with the people on your team, you're competing with the people in other sports on that same campus, and people in other sports and industry on all other campuses. So how I mentioned $1,000 isn't a lot, but how many of you would like if I gave you $1,000 a month? So everybody's competing for the $1,000 the second you show up. That's literally how the performance metric is. So let's work through our brand pitch, and then we'll pass the mic so we can get some practice. So when you show up in the space, you're ready to perform. And while you're looking at it, think about your brand, name, image, and likeness. The deal will get you in the door, but the opportunity is what creates the long-term success. So if you can add value to me as a student, as a brand ambassador, as a marketer, how much value could you add to me as an employee or as an entrepreneur consultant? Yeah. So when I say pitch your brand, you're writing in on the perspective of getting an NIL deal, securing, or do a general, securing an opportunity. Because some deals are not necessarily name, image, and likeness attached, but it has a dollar value. So you could be a brand ambassador for a company. You could represent somebody at a speaking engagement. One could go to a birthday party. Matter of fact, I paid some cheerleaders before to come perform at my daughter's birthday party. That's name, image, and likeness. And they did 2 cheer stunts and received a good compensation. Because if people do that, when you plan an engagement for a specific need, backstory, I'm an alumni of Southern, undergrad and law school. People love Southern, they love student athletes. My wife was Miss Southern, I was an escort. People always love the pageantry of HBCU. So for just being present, People will compensate you for your name, image, and likeness. If you're a business student, if you're a consultant, yes, sir. Huh? Kenya Warren Hollis, Southern 2010, 2011. All right, we're about to pass the mic for our brand pitch. Yeah, I'm start with you. All right, y'all ready? All right, and we're gonna. All right, you gotta stand up, and you gotta.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jordan Felix. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. I play volleyball, but I am involved in content creation. I hold a lot of leadership positions that allows me to work with a lot of people from all walks of life. And so that allows me to create a space of safe and inclusivity and authentic people. And I would love to work with brands that would allow me to do that and help make that space for people.
Everybody give her a finger clap, a hand clap, a snap. One thing I want to note about that, which was great, it didn't matter which executive she was talking to. I could work for Coca-Cola. I could have been Magna Allaire, CEO of Carousel. I could have been Renee Raga, CEO of Women's Hospital. I could have been, what's the guy's name? Adrian Blake. I could have been anybody who's starting a grocery store chain on Scotlandville that's gonna need admins, that's gonna need marketers, that's gonna need people to entice people to come to Scotlandville. It didn't matter who I was. Her brand pitch made me say, I know I can find a space to do something that I need, because it was clear, it was authentic, and it connected value to me.
My name is Elijah Marks, risk management, insurance, finance, accounting major. The biggest thing is just creating financial arbitrage opportunities, helping individuals connect them with arbitrage opportunities within the community on all levels.
Good job, good job. Good confidence, good delivery, connected finance. Every company, every industry has a finance component. He didn't dive into whether it was accounting, bookkeeping, whether it was data management, just simply saying finance, a piece of a value proposition that connects to every business, was intriguing. It made you ask follow-up questions, say, okay, arbitrage, you want my card? Let's continue the conversation thereafter. One of the main pieces of it is to be able to continue the conversation and actually follow up and continue the conversation. A lot of people fall through in the follow-up when the money is sitting on the table.
Greetings, I am Brandon Lett, a junior majoring in mass communications with a concentration in public relations with an interest in community engagement for all companies. I'm involved in various things on campus, which is why my interest in community engagement started. For example, I serve as the secretary for the NAACPS at the university. I also serve as the newly elected elections commissioner, which helps me bridge the gaps between student life and student leaders, which is why I'm interested in community engagement, and I think that I can bring a lot of value to your company.
Another value piece, that transition, community engagement. Every community has to be engaged. Every company's due diligence is to engage that community. As a student athlete, one thing you do every day is engage the community. Through volunteer opportunities, through performance. When you show up on that day, your platform that day is representing a community. Your community, your parents, your high school, your elementary school, your church, every community that you've been a part of, when you show up, you represent that community. So when you're connecting with brands, that's another storytelling piece. What is your community? And it's even better if you've identified their community and who they are interested in investing in, because now you can have another sales pitch. Somebody may be interested in adolescence, early childhood, elderly law, home, food insecurity, blight, garbage pickup. You can find something to assimilate to the brand, again, add in value, alignment, that'll work for a deal. Any other volunteers? All right, 11:22, one time. So now we can move into question and answer segment. If you had any questions about building your brand that was intentional, or any questions about how you can enhance your brand, or any questions about me, for me.
My name is Elijah Marks. My first question is like, I want to kind of know more about like how can someone get paid just to be in presence of people, just in general, like in context of marketing.
Opportunities you get paid to be just present in the context of people. I think first you have to identify what community, what type of event, what setting that you want to appear in, because all of them will require a different type of person. For example, you could get school compensations for grade schools to go in and do after school tutoring. You can start a mentorship program based on whatever your specific major is to inspire early interest or pipeline into a grade school. There are opportunities at churches to work at senior citizens' homes. There are opportunities to be present for in-store brand activations, for instance, Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's just came out with a new mango fruit line. You know how the people are in there with the fruit stand, with the displays passing out samples? You don't have to be a sample person. You can go in and do a weekly marketing, pitching your brand, pitching what you can provide. You can go in and do a weekly marketing concept of, if you give me the week activations, I'll post it for you, give it to my community, and create a happy hour. So from 12 to 11 to 12 every day, Southern University students will show up and try your samples. There's so many ways you can create or pitch an opportunity just to be present, but you can do work on the back end, or you can be paid to be present in person through speaking engagements, networking opportunity, consulting events, different things like that. So it's a lot. I think you got to first identify, again, your brand. What is it that you want to do? What spaces and room you want to be in? And then intentionally find out where my alignment, how does my value proposition fit within that person's thing, or that community, or that space, or that room.
I know you mentioned that you're a two-time Southern alum. So how do you think that Southern has helped you expand and build on your brand?
All right, that's a good question. Southern holistically prepares you. You know how people say Southern prepares you to do whatever you want to do? If you take that literally, every space you walk into is a resume and marketing opportunity. I graduated with a dual degree in business management and marketing in 2012, my law degree in 2015. From there, I've worked for the FDIC. You know, you go to the little house in the bottom of the corner of the bank. Those are the people who audit and regulate the money to make sure your money is protected. So I've worked on legal compliance out of the law. I've worked in nonprofit management. I'm a real estate investor with Airbnbs, with rental properties in Baton Rouge, in New Orleans, and other states. I'm a legal consultant, and I'm an NFL agent. I named 7 jobs. 7 jobs from Southern with 3 degrees. All jobs are monetized, I must also say. All opportunities came from Southern connections, from networking, from being at the state capitol, from going to business opportunities, from going to your professors. One thing you gotta remember, your professor is a professional first. They went to school to do that thing, and then they decided to teach other people how to do that thing. So the relationships that they have in industry are not like high school teachers who've been teaching K through 12. These are retired professionals, but most of them at Southern, like me, I forgot to say my full-time job. I'm the director of advancement for the College of Nursing and Allied Health. So everything you've seen in the last 2 years, from the Men of Tucson to the 2-time best nursing school in the country, to the $20 million in funding that they secured, that's a full-time job. But being present in all of the spaces, making a connection, leveraging the Southern opportunities is what got me in every door. And now I'm creating new doors that I didn't even know I could create.
All right, so how would you suggest establishing a balance in social individuality with your own private life?
That's a good one. How do you balance social individuality with your own private life? Would you be shocked if I tell you you've been doing it your whole life already? Since you were born, raise your hand if you're a student at all of these, almost everybody. You're a student leader, you're involved in clubs, you participated in anything in high school? Okay. Since inception, you've always performed in multiple settings. You always had to go to school, you always had to go to practice, you always had to show up to games, and then whatever your parents made you do, you always had to do it anyway. So what you've done was learn how to compartmentalize your time, and as a college athlete, they teach you and train you how to arrange and organize your time. So now you got to do it with intention. On all the jobs I named, I have 2 kids, 3, I would say, 2 real daughters, but I'm the caregiver for my 95-year-old grandmother-in-law. While I was at work, she fell and broke her hip. How do you prioritize and balance the time? I think we've always done it. So you do it with intention. You start off, and even after you graduate, you know, workouts, training, lunch, product, outcomes, output on the field, and you replace the free time you have with something productive. So if you're looking to build your brand, where are you from? Los Angeles. Perfect. Did you know we have one of the largest alumni chapters from Southern and Los Angeles? You talk to the president often? You should. Once a week, once a month. Hey, I'm such and such and such from Los Angeles. Just down here checking in. My grades this week's been this. My field production been this. I would love to do this off-site. When I come home for the summer, I do this. Simple, organizing with intentionality is what connects the dots. Also, I forgot to mention too, y'all, I host parties. I really do. New Orleans, Baton Rouge, for clients. I'm really organizing time. Last night I went to bed at 3:30. This morning I woke up at 7:30 to my 2-year-old, and now we're ready to rock and roll. But organizing the time, I knew I had to be up at least an hour early to be prepared, to prepare for the presentation. I need to review my notes. Just intention. You do it already. It's not a big mastery piece. Everything you do is structured. Just don't lose the structure. And when you have something that creates a little more free time, you just replace it with something else that's a little more structured. That's also fun too. So to balance out what was that obligation that you did the first time to now what's the obligation and a hobby, and how can I mix both of them together? But for the sake of this, what's the obligation, a hobby, and how can I monetize that hobby too? One thing, every time I look at the student athlete, I mention this to Jordan, I mention this to the dancing dolls and the cheerleaders. The space of North Baton Rouge is 70,000 students in East Baton Rouge school system. You are a professional in your sport. In the off season, if you train 10 people, I spend $100 a week for gymnastics. If you train 10 people in the off season, 1 hour a day, 5 days a week, 2 people a day, that's $1,000. There is 17,000 students here. It's enough for everybody to make $1,000 a week. Approaching it with intentionality and strategy, but making the hobby and the fun thing monetized. Time is money. Money is time. Any more? 11:30 on the dot call. But we don't have any other questions. Marlon Hollins. My office is in J.K. Haynes Hall. We first walk through the door on the right. If you have any questions, come and talk to me. Come holler at me. We cousins, we friends, we brothers and sisters. I want to empower you to get some money. Now and after college. That's all I have. Oh, FYI, on that last contact part, if you put on there to contact and talk, let me know. I'll really reach out to you so we can schedule some one-on-one.
Thank you guys again. What a session, right? Let's give a round of applause for that again. Thank you, Mr. Hollins, for a very insightful and knowledgeable session. So for our next session will be our sports and media careers pathways panel. Give us a couple of minutes and we'll be transitioning into that real soon, okay? Okay, guys, so for our next session, of course, as you heard me say, this will be our sports and media career pathways panel. So for this panel, we will have the Vice President of MIS SUBR, Alexander Theodore. He's going to be the moderator. Please give him a round of applause for him.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. So right now we'll be introducing our panelists who are here. We're going to be starting off with Ms. Bree Andres, the WBRZ sports reporter. She'll be coming up here to speak. Give her a round of applause. And next up, we have Mr. Brandon Fairburn from WGMB Sports Reporter as well. Give him a round of applause. All right, so now we'll begin. We'll be a little bit ahead of time, so that's fine. I definitely want to say good morning, Jaguars, distinguished guests, and members of the Southern University community. It's truly an honor to welcome you today to today's event hosted by us, Minorities in Sports at SUBR. We are grateful to have our fellow students in the room, our dedicated faculty and staff, and of course, our incredible panelists, professionals who have taken the time to share their wisdom, their journeys, and their truth with us. This session is not just another program, it's a conversation about the storytellers behind the scenes, the editors, producers, strategists, and creators who influence how athletes are seen, how narratives are built, and how culture moves. It's about representation, responsibility, and the realities of navigating in an industry where visibility, voice, and vision matter. Thank you all for being here. Let us dive into an authentic, honest, and powerful discussion. So now to begin, playmakers behind the camera. So let's do a quick 20 to 30-minute deep dive into sports media, storytelling, and content creation. Breaking into the sports media, the gatekeeping no one prepared you for. Let's start with the beginning, the part of the journey that rarely makes the highlight reel. So my first question to you guys is, when you first tried to break into the sports media, what was the moment you realized talent alone wasn't enough, that access, connections, and visibility were the real currency?
I would say I realized that it was more than just what you can go on TV and talk about. Probably my junior year of college, I felt like I was on top of the world. I had just made 2 appearances on the Paul Feinbaum show on the SEC Network. I was the sports director at my college's student media station. I thought I was on top of the world until I made a reporter reel and sent it to a sports director in New Orleans, someone that's worked in the business for over 30 years and really knows what he's talking about. And he sent me back a book of critiques. I'm talking like an email that was like that long of just everything I needed to work on. And it was kind of a wake-up call, but I think it's important to be able to take critiques, not take them personally, take it for what it is, and know that he would not have replied to me and sent me all those critiques if he didn't see potential in me. And that was what one of my mentors told me. So being able to recognize that like you always have something to improve on. And if anybody in here has played sports, you know that nothing's ever good enough. You're never satisfied. There's always something to improve on. That was a big learning lesson. I think that was a big turning point in my career because I think that motivated me to work a lot harder.
Yeah, very similar to that. I kind of realized that towards my senior year of college. I'll never forget. Sarah Fuller, Colorado State. She changed the trajectory of where I was going because I did the student media, I was anchoring, I did the reporting on it. Like you said, it feels good. You get to do that, you get to go behind the scenes, interview athletes, it's awesome. You feel like you live in the dream or you're starting your dream. But again, I made my first reel, and I didn't even send this to anyone yet. But Sarah Fuller at Colorado State, she was more like, she did news, but she did it for a long time. And this was in person, she critiqued me for 20 minutes. And again, you gotta have thick skin coming into this industry, but man, it like broke me down. I was like, man, I suck. That's what I was like, I'm terrible. Am I good at this? Am I gonna even have a career at this? And she kind of laid it out. She's like, this is not good. This is why it's not good. This is how you get better. And she was telling me, she showed me other reporters, especially in sports, like their reels, what made theirs good, what made theirs stand out. And again, it broke me down, but again, you get over that hump, you gotta have that thick skin. And you work, you keep on going, because people are gonna tear you down. That's what it's gonna happen. People are gonna, whether it be outside, inside voices, they're gonna tell you, you're not good at this. But don't listen to them unless they give you actual advice, and it's someone that's reputable. If it's just some random person on the street, don't listen to them. But if it's someone that has experience in this, you listen to them, and then that's when you learn you have to put in that extra work, because it is a cutthroat business. I'm sure everyone's told you that, where you have to put yourself, because there's so many different applicants. There's very little jobs in this industry, and there's thousands of people in the same seat at different colleges where you guys are at, if you guys want to get into this industry, of course, that are looking for the same thing. So it's all about, I guess, marketing yourself, which is that real. And that's when you kind of realize how cutthroat it is. Because I've been turned down by so many different jobs. Of course, you get that job, get your foot through the door, but I guess it kind of just goes back to just having thick skin and being okay with being told no and taking that critiques and not taking it personally and learning from it.
I think that it kind of shows it's important too to build the connections and find mentors that that work in the exact career field that you want to enter, no matter whether you want to work in local TV like us, or you want to do something for a team, or you want to do social media, or whatever space you want to work in sports media. The jobs are very limited. Like, are any of you in the Southern Journalism program that came to WBRZ a few weeks ago? Okay. So whenever those students came to our station, I told them that for every 10 news jobs, there's one sports job. Like, jobs are very, very limited. At my station, we have maybe 15 reporters, news reporters. We have 3 sports reporters. And in local TV, it's getting more limited just because of, the new age of media. I mean, nobody's watching the news, that kind of thing. But I mean, I think that's true across all forms of media. So building those connections whenever you're in college is very important. I would not have the job I have if my boss did not know me when I was in college. I built that connection and I asked him for advice and everything. And whenever the job came open, he was more willing to hire me because he knew who I was and he knew how I was as a worker. He knew I was a very hard worker.
So in sports media, you're not just capturing the moments, you're sharing the narratives about these athletes, about the coaching, everything that goes on within the sports organization. So the question that I have for you is, what responsibility do you feel when you're covering athletes who come from communities, especially like, wherever they come from, their environment, and how often is it being misrepresented or underrepresented?
I think a perfect example of that is outside of our realm. I think of the NFL draft in years past. I think of how certain players were represented based on their skin color. A white player gets drafted, oh, he's so smart, he went here, he did this. A black player gets drafted, and it's this story about how terrible his upbringing was. But at the end of the day, they're both deserving, and they're both good athletes that deserve to be in the spotlight that they're in, right? I see that. And when I do my job and say I'm showing highlights from a game, I don't take it upon myself to talk about anyone's personal life, whether I know about it or whether I don't. I'm saying, so-and-so broke off for a 70-yard touchdown run. And that was great, and that put the Jags up by 7 going into halftime. That's kind of my goal whenever I'm telling a story. And if there is a story there, we call them feature stories, finding something beyond what makes the athlete or the coach or the administrator or whoever the story is about, finding something that that shows your viewer that they're more than just the sport they play or the job they have. What makes them them and what makes them special. And that's the whole goal. I think in sports especially, it's not our job to create the narrative. It's our job to tell the story, right? And for me personally, I like to tell the story the way my interviewee, my subject of my story, wants it to be told. Because I have seen it firsthand how things can be misconstrued in sports media, from women's sports, especially. I've been covering LSU women's basketball is a perfect example. I've seen countless times the national media will take something out of context that Kim Mulkey says that's like, well, that's not exactly how she meant it. It's just taken out of context. Or when Angel Reese played at LSU, how she was painted a certain way when it's just not really like that. If you really knew her and covered her, it's not. I don't take it upon myself to make it my job to create a narrative.
Yeah, that is a perfect example. If I had to put it in one, out of college, I started covering the SWAC. I was working in Monroe, so I was in Grambling's covering area. So I covered Grambling for 2 years. Not a traitor, I promise. And then I moved down here to Baton Rouge, started covering Southern. But Southern deserves that equal opportunity to be covered just as much as, you know, ULM, Louisiana Tech, LSU, just as much as, you know, like other SWAC schools, like you go to Florida A&M, Bethune-Cookman, Prairie View. Yeah, yeah. I don't even think a reporter's been there besides us in the last 10 years. But they don't get that coverage at all, and they do deserve it as well. Thankfully, here, the local media here, I feel like gives Southern great coverage. I really do. I mean, just this year alone, all three of us did a preseason special on Southern. I think we all did a Bayou Classic special on Southern as well, because it does deserve, and it is misrepresented or underrepresented, especially SWAC schools. So that is absolutely true. But you know, me, Bree, and Kevin, I think we have a passion on covering Southern. You know, I love it, and I think that they should, especially women's basketball. I think that's a good example. You know, making it to the NCAA tournament, winning multiple SWAC championships, winning, you know, 2 games in the last 2 years in the NCAA tournament. That's huge. You guys deserve that coverage. But let's just say, for example, you know, Alabama A&M or any other school.
Think about the schools that are near Houston, like Prairie View and Texas Southern. The Houston market is more focused on University of Houston and the Rockets and the Texans and everything else but the HBCUs in Houston.
Exactly. And just say if they were doing the same thing Southern's women's basketball was doing, they wouldn't get that coverage at all. And it is, like you said, underrepresented, but as a reporter, ethically, I think it's important to give that equal coverage where it's concerned.
Thank you for Raw and Uncut Filter. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment to introduce Mr. Kevin Batiste, WAFB sports reporter. He has the pleasure now to be able to join us along with our other 2 panelists.
First off, be on time. Do not be like me, all right? Because if you show up late, there will be no show. So yeah, that's all I got for now.
Yeah, but thank you for the raw and unfiltered understanding, like the representation, especially of Black athletes, women, female athletes as well. You know, they all need the love, and everybody equally works hard and puts the time in and the work to be able to be successful in their sport. So, and Ms. Batiste, it's a pleasure for you to join us as well.
No problem.
No problem. So we know we're gonna move, but definitely jump in and answer accordingly to the question. All right. Sports media moves fast. Sometimes faster than people create. Every day things are being posted out. Sometimes there's things that are being allegedly put out. You hear from inside sources or whatnot. So the question I ask is, what's the hardest price that you've ever had to cover? An injury, scandal, tragedy, and how did you manage the emotional weight of having to represent that story for that athlete or that organization?
I would say I didn't cover this story directly, but my station did. Ironically, it was about a year ago. Kyron Lacey passed away by suicide. I went to high school with him. We weren't like besties, but like we kind of had all the same friend group, and so we knew each other and everything. And that was difficult. Because it's even if you know someone kind of from afar, you still know that person, and to try to process what they're going through is difficult. And that was such a nationally broadcasted story with so many different narratives, and it all happened in my hometown, my small little hometown, and I took myself out of the equation. I thought this is news, y'all can handle it. I didn't want to handle it because I knew that for me it was kind of a conflict of interest, but I think emotionally I wouldn't be able to handle it. So I think that was the most difficult thing.
That's a good question.
Yeah, probably piggybacking off that, whenever sports and real life mix, that's always the toughest part of the job. That's happened plenty of times since I've been in the business. Wade Sims, his death. Bryce Beekman, another guy, his death. And I remember for Bryce, I covered his brother Reese. I did a story on him. And after his brother passed, my boss at the time, he was like, "Hey, you think you can hit up Reese or maybe Carlos Sample and get a reaction?" I'm like, "Don't you want to give them time to, grieve?" But that's the business sometimes. I mean, sometimes you gotta get a reaction. You gotta truly tell the story. You gotta do things that you don't want to do. So that's one thing I hate about the business. Whenever you gotta get a little too personal, but that's what comes with the territory. So I guess that's probably the toughest part for me as well.
I think news is almost a little more cutthroat than like sports is, because like they have to, like it's their job to go knock on someone's door after their loved one passed away. Like I remember whenever Kyron passed away, my news director called me and said, "Do you know any family or friends that you can reach out to that would want to talk?" I'm like, who wants to talk on camera after their loved one passed away? I wouldn't. But like that's part of it. I remember when Sean Wallace passed away, they were calling me saying, "Oh, can you text Coach Graves? Can you call Willis Scott and ask, like, is it true? Is it true?" I'm like, I don't want to do that, but it's part of it,
Yeah, that's a perfect example, because when Coach Wallace passed away, I did do a story on it, and it didn't feel right personally for me to reach out to even the coaching staff that had that personal connection with Coach Wallace and just asking to speak about it. And they declined, and I totally understand, because it was very soon, right after. And it, like I said, it didn't feel right just reaching out, but I felt like the story needed to be told. So I have to find different outlets, and that's, kind of where you have to get creative as a reporter sometimes as well, but to tell the story. But yeah, I think that was probably the hardest one, is trying to, and then just telling the story too, because you have to do it right. You can't mess it up in any way. You gotta use the right words, balance the emotional weight with everything, because you're talking about loved ones, someone that meant a lot to not only his family and football, but the whole community as a whole as well. So just balancing the emotions and doing it right, of course, on deadlines and all that. That's where the job really gets hard, like Kevin said, and yet sports hits real life. Because when you talk about just what's going on the field, it's a lot different than when it comes to life and death.
Thank you for that. And to piggyback onto that question too, like a little further, describe a moment when the pressure to be first, to post, to publish, to react, clash with the responsibility to be accurate and to be ethical.
I personally don't care about being first. Like, I know that's what our bosses care about. That's what our general managers and news directors and whatnot, that's what they care about. That's their job to care about that stuff. I think I've seen indirectly how being first and being wrong can affect someone and their credibility. So I don't really, like, if something breaks and if something is confirmed, I make sure, like, hey, like, we need to get this up. Like, it needs to go online. Like, we need to tell people about this, whatever. But if I hear something and I don't at least have 2 trusted sources to confirm it, I'm not breaking news I know nothing about. I'm just not, because I'm not risking my credibility personally.
Yeah, the insider game is very twisted. Yeah, it's in this day and age of social media and news happening fluid and rapidly, everybody want to be first. But you gotta realize it's not just, for us, not just our credibility, it's our station's credibility. So if we put something out that's not right, then our station don't get the brunt of it, because they got money. That happened during the Brian Kelly saga at LSU. Everybody wanted to get their info out about whether he was fired or what the buyout was, how much LSU was going to pay him and everything. That involved lawyers. And, you do not want to slip up with that. So like whenever Marshall Falk became the coach at Southern, a lot of people wanted to be first. I wanted to make sure, did I have the correct line of sources, trusted, credible people that really gonna, look out for my best interest before I put this out. So forget being first, just make sure you are the most accurate when it comes to breaking news.
Yeah, can't post anything wrong. I think that's a great example because Kevin, he's been here a long time. He's built a lot of relationships, especially in the Southern community, where he's got those inside sources, especially with the Marshall Falk hire, because you were the first one, right? Was that like before ESPN and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Even though ESPN didn't want to give my credit.
I know, I do remember that. Because I did hear from a few inside, I guess there's only two, that Marshall Falk was coming, but again, I wasn't willing to throw everything on the line, just post, because I didn't know for sure. I didn't know I couldn't be 100%, and I wasn't 100%, and I knew that. That's why I didn't put anything out, because why would I? And Kevin went through the same thing, but he had those trusted sources, and he obviously made the right choice and posted it, and it was correct. So he did his due diligence in posting that when he felt was right, and obviously it was.
I think too, with sports nowadays especially, you almost can't post anything until the ink is dry, because somebody could tell you, yeah, I'm coming to work for you, or this person's transferring out, or whatever the case may be, and then like change their mind at the last minute. And then we look like we're wrong. Well, it's like, well, no, there was a verbal thing, but nothing was signed, so they're able to, bail out. So that's also true too. That's why I'm very hesitant about posting things.
That's right. The behind the scenes of media, it's such a complicated game. It's like art. It could be misconstrued in a lot of different ways. But, you guys are at the forefront of making sure that the stories that are being posted out are clean, they're ethical, they match the narrative, and it's not there to discredit, or dismay somebody's background or who they are as a person until you guys get there. But I want to close this out with this question. What does being a storyteller, the shaper of narratives, a guardian of the truth, and a voice of the culture of the entire world of sports truly mean to you?
To me, it means a lot. It's everything. Because when I was young, storytelling was my thing. I feel like I had a knack for it, and I feel like a lot of time, we know with athletes, people just see athletes for just playing the game, just scoring touchdowns, getting points, getting RBIs, yada yada yada. They don't really see the human aspect of it. And a lot of these athletes, they have really really interesting stories. They come from tough backgrounds. There's a real deep reason about why they're playing the sport, and a lot of athletes, they're hesitant to share their stories. That's why you have people like us to come and kind of show the human side, humanize them, show them away from the playing surface. So yeah, storytelling is a real big part of it. Just to show another aspect besides the regular Saturday, Sunday, Monday things.
Yeah, I'd say that's the best part of the job. That's where it gets fulfilling. You can talk about the X's and O's. We have those, the post-game recaps where it's kind of quick and hit, what went wrong. That's part of the job. But when you can actually do the stories that go beyond the stats, beyond what's on the field, and how it impacts other people. Like when you tell their stories, and I think that's where you get that fulfillment. For example, I did one on Cardell Thibodeau last year. He was one of the best hitters in the country. That's awesome. That's cool. I could have just talked about that, but he was playing because he's lost a lot of family members in a short amount of time. Kind of just making it humanifying and past more than just an athlete, kind of like what Kevin was saying. Even just simple stories. Like I did one about a girl finding a Letterman jacket from her dad. Sounds stupid, I know. It was like a long lost Letterman jacket, but it impacted her, and she cried to me. And it might not seem like a big story, but it was big to her, and that's kind of what gets that fulfillment, for me at least, is kind of just knowing that even if it's just one person or multiple people, that's kind of what makes this job worth it.
I agree. I think even when you're watching a game on TV, on ESPN or Fox or CBS or whatever it is, listen to the commentators. There's always little tidbits that they throw in there that's like telling a part of the story of this athlete that's more than just the athlete that's on the court or on the field and whatnot. I did a story about Lowell Narcisse, who played at St. James High School, was a 5-star, got to LSU, and then had a college career that was riddled with injury. He also had a lot of loss early in his life, both of his parents. And once he was done with his playing career, he got a head coaching job for our high school team at 25 years old. And he's like, just talking to him in the interview, he was so wise beyond 25 years old. He really was adamant about, I don't want to just teach these kids about football. I want to make these young boys into young men and better men, and, you know, just trying to help them along in life. And that was the story. That was the story, like overcoming adversity and using that to inspire the next generation. And so I think that those kind of things are very rewarding.
Thank you so much. Give him a round of applause, everybody. So, thank you to you guys, and again, from us, the Southern University community, it's a pleasure to hear y'all stories and getting more insight on, you know, you guys controlling the media end and understanding, like, you know, trying to humanize the athletes who go out there and they put themselves on the line, their body, their mind, and they're playing these games since they were kids. You know, me, myself, being an athlete, I get it. You know, I've been playing sports all my life until college, and it's a very political game. And you guys try to mellow that out a little bit, you know what I'm saying, and try to make sure everybody's in the right state of mind. So now we will open the floor to any Q&A. You know, ask any questions that you like. You know, don't be a stranger. Don't speak at once. Anybody.
I think it's a little bit of all of that. Sometimes we'll get emails into our newsroom saying, hey, there's this kid, he did something really cool, he's the first person in the state to do it, you know, something like that. I did a story about Walker High School girls wrestling and how the rise in girls wrestling high school sports has become a big phenomenon recently. So we get something like that. Some things, my boss has been in the business, his boss has been in the business for 20-something years, so they know a lot more people than the three of us do. And so people will tell them things and they'll relay that message to us. And then sometimes it just comes from just talking to people, just talking with coaches or talking with sports information directors or people who are close to the program or the athletes themselves. Sometimes you find things out during an interview, like just say like a pregame interview, you find something out about someone that's really interesting. So stories can come all kind of different ways like that.
The hard part is news reporters in that aspect, because they have to find their own story every day, 5 days a week, and not only that, but it has to get approved by their assignment editor. I call that probably the hardest part of their job. For us, usually just most of the time for me, if it falls to my lap, because, you know, sports is fun. Everybody want to talk about how well their kid or brother, sister, cousin did. And you'll get the email about, hey, can you come? You know, my daughter just won the first state championship ever in powerlifting for the school. Can you come do that story? So yeah, we have it a lot easier compared to our news colleagues.
Yeah, they have to pitch like 5 stories a day. They have to, I do credit notes because they do have to do that. But yeah, it really just sometimes falls into your lap. Usually, you know, your boss comes to you, hey, this is cool. Sometimes you just look at, you know, what's on the field. You see a player, for example, from France. I think the person that was here before me, Pat, did a feature story on a basketball player here at Southern. That was really good. Yeah, he had to speak French too. He did it all in French. It was really cool. So kind of going beyond too, you kind of just see it. You know, even local kids, that's usually an easy one. You know, if a local kid is playing very well, you can say here at Southern, easy tie-in. But yeah, sometimes it just falls into your lap. It's more simple, especially in sports, I'd say.
I think also too, sometimes it's like the story is staring you right in the face sometimes. My former coworker did a story whenever Southern women's basketball beat 2 Power 4 teams back to back in the fall. We're like, okay, we have to do the story on that. That's right there. That's kind of like a give me, you know, something like that. Whenever, I don't know if y'all heard of the Savannah Bananas, that whole phenomenon. 2 of their teams came to play at Aliquot Stadium in August, and one of their players played at LSU in the 2017 College World Series team. It was the first time he had been back. So I did a story on that because that was kind of like a give me.
Any more questions?
I got more. I'm a public relations major. So how do you guys work with campuses and PR professionals you
I think it's, and I don't mean this in a bad way at all. I think it's important for us to make it clear to like coaches and athletes and athletic departments that we are going to tell the story that is there. It is not our responsibility to make you look good or look bad. Like if the team is bad, we have to say the team is bad. You know, like that. For example, you know, it's the PR team's responsibility to boost them up. I think if you're a reporter for a team, like the reporter for the Saints and the Pelicans, she's not allowed to say, you know, the Saints suck. Like she's not allowed to say that. She's allowed to say like, unfortunately, there had to be, or there was a quarterback change. You know, Spencer Rattler got taken out, Tyler Shough came in, and now it's great. You know, like it's her job to make it all look pretty. But I don't know. I haven't worked with many publicists necessarily.
Yeah, I guess at the minimum, I mean, they tell us when the interviews and all the other special stuff away from the game gonna happen. They send us the press releases and all that stuff. But I mean, it just depends on who you're dealing with. I mean, there are some PR people who are very petty. They don't like what you're saying about the team, and so be it. But you gotta tell it like it is. Yeah, like I said, sports, it's a lot more easier, I guess, to get away with that as opposed to news. Because I guess, news is a lot more touchy. Sports is the team is good, the team is bad. So that's that.
Yeah. Bree put it perfectly that you have to say it how it is. That's your job as a reporter to report what's actually going on. If the team is bad, you got to say they are bad and why they're bad and what's going on. What are the coaches saying? Why are they struggling? That's what the fans want to know. That's how you tell the story. That's how you get it out to the public. What's going on? Why can't you get a first down? Why can't you score a touchdown? But on the other side of that, you're breaking records. Of course, you got to report on that well. Like, how is this happening? What is what athletes shining? So it does go both ways, in bad or good. But it also depends what's put out on the field. So, but as a reporter, you got to put it how it is.
I think working with SIDs, sports information directors at different schools, we communicate like to the coaches and the athletes through them. Like they're kind of like the middleman, and having a good relationship with the SIDs is important because they know that they can trust us and we can trust them. Like I don't think as local media, it's our job to be the enemy because we have to work with these coaches and athletes on a weekly basis. The national media doesn't, to an extent, depending on what you're covering. So like for instance, at LSU, Harold Perkins came up with this nickname for Whit Weeks. And I didn't really see the issue with it, but their SID asked all the media, hey guys, can we please not use that soundbite? Can we please choose something else? We just don't really want that out there. And because everyone has that mutual respect, we're like, yeah, we're good, we got that. Like there was an interview that we did during football season this year, pregame interview with a player, and Willie Scott was like, can we just not use that interview? We're like, understood, and it was good. So just having those relationships is important.
Good question so far, y'all. We have room for one more question. Anybody want to take it? Be careful, I say the hand going up.
I think the first step is owning it, saying that, yes, I said that, and it wasn't right of me to say that. This is how I read that. That was me acting out of emotion, for example, like in that instance. That was me acting out of emotion. I should have chosen my words better. That is not how I truly feel. I respect my opponent, and I guess kind of like say like I'm sorry in a way, like give an apology, but also like taking accountability and ownership, because once you say stuff, especially publicly in a press conference like that, like you can't take that back. And kind of on a national scale like that, like you can't ask ESPN to not use that soundbite. Like you said it on camera, they're gonna use it,
I'd say that's why we love sports though, is the emotion, the raw emotion. I think that's what it captures, that's what gets you goosebumps when you watch it. Especially that's why we love it. But I guess it's kind of where public relations would come in that aspect. But if I were to give advice, it would be to own it in a way. It really depends on what is being said, of course. Like owning it, what happened in that motion. Like even Brian Kelly, when he went off on Bree's boss, of course you can't own that. You really can't. And he did apologize personally, right? Probably personally and in a press conference as well, publicly, which was the best thing he could do in that situation. Again, there's not much you can do. But yeah, I'd say just owning it and saying why, giving the people the reason why, and being truthful about it too. Just saying, I was emotional after a game. That's how I felt in that moment. And if you still feel like, we're some quitters, for example, I'd say just say it.
Yeah, I'll just say basically just watch what you say. One thing about this day and age, the internet, Twitter/X, whatever, it does not forget. Receipts are long, and people will always going to hit you with something. So yeah, just know whenever the cameras and the microphones come on, just speak with poise. Make sure you're not talking out your neck. And if you do end up talking out your neck, like they say, just own it next time. Go up there and say, yeah, that's on me, that's my bad, and also let your performance do the talking sometimes.
All right, yeah, we could do one more question, one last question before we move into our next section.
All publicity is good publicity, kind of like that.
I don't know if that would really pertain to us because we are the press. We have to report what's out there. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like what I said earlier. For me personally, it's not my job to create the narrative. It's my job to just say what's going on. And if something's going on, good or bad, I'm going to say just exactly for what it is, just based on facts. It's not my place to give my opinion on a situation. But I think I don't necessarily believe all press is good press, because I think if it makes you look bad, I think character matters, even though maybe on a larger scale, maybe some people think that your character doesn't matter, but I think it does in the long run, just who you are as a human being. And if there is bad press out there about you, that follows you, kind of like to what Kevin said.
I like to say we need to bring shame back, because there are some shames. Yes, we need to bring shame back, because there are a lot of shameless people out there in this day and age of social media. I also don't believe that all press is good press, because that follows you, that can taint you, that can ruin your career and ruin your reputation. And I don't care what anyone says. We do care about how we are perceived by our peers. So yeah, all press is not good press.
Think of Diego Pavia's situation and how his actions have affected how a large scale has viewed him, whether people view him in the most accurate way or not, how you put yourself out there and the press that you get out of it is going to reflect upon your character.
All press is not good press because you kind of got to look at it as like a first impression in a way, whether because it's going to the masses. People that do not know you have anything and say something is posted, and then that's how they're going to know you. That's how, if you let's say something bad, do something bad, that's their impression of you from afar or even up close. So I would say good press is really what matters. I would say all press is good press.
That's
Good
right.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was a really good question, actually. But yes, thank y'all so much. Give them a round of applause one last time because that's some great insight into the media aspect. You know, just understanding, just trying to humanize our players, our athletes. You know, just trying to teach them how to build great character. Media is good, but influence is big. So definitely want to take that into account. So now we transition back to our president and founder, Carl Nixon Jr., to get us transitioning to our next session. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
You guys.
Thank you.
How about another round of applause again, guys? That was just a great session. Great session. A lot of knowledge, a lot of insight. You know what? We definitely appreciate you guys, the hard work, and the great things you do in this industry. So thank you guys again, all right? So just to give you guys a few quick updates, we're going to be transitioning to our lunch and learn next. So basically that'll be some food be getting brought here and you guys can chill for a minute and then we're going to hop into our next session, which will be our sports business panel later through the day, okay?
All you gotta do, I need to go talk to him. No, all you gotta do, this is to be back. You just gotta press it. It'll go away. It's right there. Um, right now we're on this one. Yeah. Just all you gotta do is press show. It'll show up right there. That's it. All right.
Yes. Oh, so they want to do so. Now my Miss Burrell wife already doing it. I'm gonna see if she can send us that video. But that food got sponsored, so they want us to post it on. So really, they sponsored it. They have to ask them.
I know. We have to help pass food out, Braylon. Yes. Passing it out. That's what he said.
Hey, how we doing, guys? So the food is getting ready to be prepared, so you guys can go up and start eating. We're going to start back exactly at 1:15 for our next panel, which will be our sports careers and pathways panel. All right. We have two esteemed industry professionals that will be speaking in that session. So please eat up, enjoy, and network, and we'll be back.
stop this?
Let it run.
Or pause it?
I don't have a good slide to put.
Mm.
Truthfully, ain't no cliche. So
That's fair.
this is all good. This is practice for us.
Okay.
So that we have it.
I know they had training here. I don't know. I knew I don't think they really close.
I was like, yeah, I know.
I said, 'cause that's what I remember.
And even with I was like, yeah, I love wearing bows in my hair. She was like, oh, me too. When I was in high school, I was like, oh, okay,
Why is she reading me? For Phil.
For Phil.
But yeah, for any of the last speakers, if you could do a soft intro for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who I am.
Yeah, and I didn't get a chance to meet them all, but I will go introduce you. Oh.
I mean, I can start with one. What's
Yeah.
Can you get me on time?
I know how much I had. Okay.
How you gonna tell me? How you gonna tell me? I don't want to play second. You want to go out? Yeah. So the price go 500. Yeah. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, and they all have on reservation. Baby room. Nobody wants. Nobody.
Yes, please. Thank you. It's nice to meet you. Sorry. Hey, you saw that caption? Oh, you talking about
Artificial sweeteners made by man.
I would want to just.
Okay. No, I mean, that's fine.
Do you want sauce with them?
That's what, yeah, I didn't want to, you want to go like the sauce.
No, take it.
I'm also in a weird tubby.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, everybody says positive feedback. For the guy that was walking down, marketing guy. Yeah, everybody said
Thank you. One for two. Appreciate you. little bit out. Are you on LinkedIn?
I am.
Okay, I'll follow you. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, I got it. What did she tell you?
She told me I can't do my peace sign anymore.
We grown up. See, we big brothers. We could do your piece on all you. Don't listen to Madison, because Madison don't even know how to. She go, listen. See that? You say just like that. That's what you do. You could do your, but you don't.
Thank you.
I'm not taking it. You can do it all you want.
I'll take it.
Y'all are fine. I like
Madison. She told me I need to get myself together. It's okay. I appreciate you. That's how y'all keep me young.
The man was talking. He said, "Yeah, clap with 2 fingers." I said, "Oh my god." Come on, man.
Clap with your 2 fingers. It's crazy.
Anything?
I know. Yeah, I think I'm good right now. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem. No problem. I'm just be floating around.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. You're the sweetest. Mm-hmm.
Good evening. How we doing today, guys? Was that a good lunch?
Yes, thank you.
All right, all right. So you guys have went through numerous different sessions, right? We kicked off the morning with health and wellness, then we went into a branding, then we had a great, insightful sports media panel, and then we had some good food to, recover us, right? So now we're going to jump into our sports business and careers pathways panel. And I am proud to introduce that we have two esteemed industry professionals that came to speak to you guys today. Ms. Elvian Brule, CEO of the 818 Agency, and Rick Jackson, Director of Football Operations for Southern University. Please, without further ado, give them a round of applause. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the MIS SUBR Sports Business and NIL Education Summit. Again, my name is Carl Nixon Jr., founder and president of Minorities in Sports Next at Southern University. Today's panel is all about sports careers and pathways, helping you understand that there are so many ways to succeed in the sports business industry beyond being an athlete and your collegiate career. Our goal today is to simply give you clarity, give you real insight, and give you a roadmap into the sports industry. So quickly, before we get started on the panel, I'm gonna have have our sports business panelists quickly introduce themselves. We'll start with you, Coach Jackson.
Hi, my name is Rick Jackson. I'm the Director of Football Operations here at Southern University. Graduate of Grambling State University, but here on the bluff and loving everything about it. Yes, sir.
Hi, I am Albion Brule. I am the founder and CEO of the 818 Agency, four-time author, and I'm also an NFL sports agent. I am a proud grad of Southern University of New Orleans and happy to be here.
Okay, thank you for those great and brief introductions, right? So our first topic of today, we're going to dive into career journeys. My first question for you guys is, let's start from the beginning. Can each of you walk us through your career journey and how you guys started and what led you to where you are today?
Okay. It's ladies first now, huh? So I had a very different career path per se. I actually started in a marketing role at an organization that helped individuals with disabilities, and did that for about 10 years when I decided to become an entrepreneur before entrepreneurship was a thing. So I started working with NFL players, helping them with all of their off-the-field activities. And oddly enough, it actually started with me having my own nonprofit organization, and I tried to partner with an NFL player. And at that time, which was weird, his publicist was like, hey, after we tried to partner, he was like, I really like your work ethic, let's work together. So I was like, but I don't have a degree. And he was like, neither do I. And I'm like, but I'm not an agent. He was like, neither am I. I'm like, well, how are you working with NFL players? But needless to say, we started an agency pretty much doing everything that agents didn't do. So we looked at, anything off the field, from traveling with them to, buying cars, to shipping cars, to buying flowers for girlfriends, to, just anything you possibly think of, we pretty much did that for some time. And then I had a sports agent that actually called me and was like, hey, AB, I have this kid that I want to give some money to, but I want him to earn it. Can he come and work for you during the summertime and we'll pay him? And I'm like, sure. So he comes, he works for us for the entire summer. When the summer was over, he says, hey, Miss AB, can you come and watch me play football? And I'm thinking to myself, football, he's probably not good because he was so skinny, y'all. And I was like, sure, because I'm supportive. So I go, and lo and behold, this boy is electric. He's like one of the top wide receivers in the nation at that time. I think maybe like the top 10 state of Louisiana, and he had over 30 offers. Well, he ended up having some off the field issues, went from 30 offers to 3, and failed every class. So now, me being a problem solver that I am, I'm like, let me go learn everything I can about the NCAA. Let me go talk and advocate for him. I went and talked to every teacher, every principal, everybody. And so we came to a consensus that he couldn't graduate with his class, but they would let him graduate in the summertime, and I was able to get him to still go off and play at Texas A&M.
So from there, it was almost like I became the lip of the pope because it was like, oh, she can help him, but she can help anybody. So they started referring a lot of student athletes to me that had academic issues, or, I started learning about the 48H, you understand what that is, and, how to get a kid eligible. And that's pretty much how my advocacy for student athletes started. And then from there, what happened was my kids that was going from high school to college to NFL, they started saying, hey, you come to become my agent. At that time, being a female agent was frowned upon. So I was like, you have lost your entire mind. And so they were like, listen, we don't trust anybody else. And so I just started seeing a lot of bad things happen to my clients. And then what started happening to me, ladies, was people, the big agencies started pushing me out because I was just a marketing girl. So it was like, oh, she just do marketing. She just, feels so. They just kept pushing me out. And I'm like, Lord, what am I going to do? So the only way I felt like I could protect my players, myself, was to become an agent. So I became one. And it was initially very, very hard. But now, baby, it's a breeze. So that's my story.
All right. So mine started on the football field. Mine started, I played at Grambling, as I said, and sometimes you guys know it comes to an end, and I could not figure out what I was going to do after I got done playing. And a good coach of mine said, hey, man, guys that love the game that much, like, you need to stay in it. So I thought I was going to get into coaching, tried to do coaching, and coaching is different. Like, you guys know, your coaches are different. And I could not find a way to figure out how to teach somebody something that I knew. But what I fell in love with was taking care of the guys, making sure my players was okay, making sure they were fine, making sure they had the experience either I had or better than what I had. And that's how I fell into being a DFO. So being a DFO, I really didn't know nothing about it. We had a guy come in, new coach, come in, I'm a GA. I was thinking, okay, I got my master's, and new coach, I know he's about to fire me. Like, he got his own guys coming in, everything like that. He had a DFO that came in for about 3 months, and then he left and took a job at Tulane. So I'm like, okay, it's a spot open for me, but what do I do? So talk to another coach, man, you need to go apply for that. You'd be the perfect person for that. Like, the way you take care of the players, the way you operate in the office, you'd be the perfect person for that. I go talk to the head coach, and now he's like, Rick, I've been sitting here waiting for you to come in here and ask me this. So that's how I started there, and from there it's just been rolling downhill. Like, just my main thing and my operations job is make sure everybody's fine, make sure everybody's taken care of.
No, that's powerful stories. I love that. Ms. Bruley and Mr. Jackson, you guys have unique experiences that pivoted you to where you are now. So that's very powerful. That's very powerful. So now we're going to get into understanding sports business roles. One of the biggest misconceptions is that sports is just athletes, but it's really a business. From your experience, what are some of the key roles within sports organizations that students may not be aware of?
Are we referring to like job opportunities?
Job opportunities, or you can even go into like internship level.
So I think that a lot of times student athletes really don't understand the grasp that is so many people that touch you, right? And so all of those people that touch you are also opportunities for you. So whether that's, like you said, you could start off being a GA, you could be a DFO. My best friend is a chiropractor. She played basketball, right? She knew early on that, hey, I'm not going to play basketball on the next level, but I want to be able to help those like myself who get injured and help them heal to where they can go and do what it is that they love. And now she travels all over the world taking care of professional athletes at her own rate and own pace, right? And I think it's really dope. So you have barbers. Everybody in here needs haircuts. If you're a male, right, you can still be a barber. You have, everybody makeup, right, lashes. I mean, think about everything that you need in your day-to-day. There's some type of job that's tied to that, and you can do that at a high level because you're touching athletes all across, this particular organization, but you have something in regards that you can relate to. So I tell people, just think about that. You have dentists. Everybody need a dentist, right? Like, I mean, I know a whole bunch of athletes with grills that can be self-adjusted, right? I think we all need that. But it's a place and space for that, right? Because we're getting into cosmetics. And so even apparel, even teaching people how to brand. Like, so if you're a marketer major, you have all these athletes now that need to figure out how to create a brand. Well, now you can become an expert in that, teaching other guys and girls how to
maximize their name, image, and likeness. Attorneys, we all need those, right? Being able to specialize in dealing with athletes, that's a whole nother realm, because I tell people all the time, and I think I talked about this the last time we met, that, you're not gonna go get a maritime attorney for a civil case, right? So just understanding that there's a need for individuals that handles athletes in NIL, so maybe specializing in that area. So again, there's just so many nuances of what you guys can do that, literally, there's no limit.
No, just to add to that, you got to look at sports. Sports is a Fortune 500 company. It's no different from Google, Tesla, anything like that. There are so many avenues to get into sports, so many different things you can do. Like she said, from a dentist to a coach to an operations guy, there's so many things that you can do. So many opportunities within sports.
Yeah, like one school I just went to, they have a physician on campus now. So even as a doctor now, you can be involved with the university to that level where the kids come and get MRIs. All of this is where we're moving to chiropractors on site, right? Athletic trainers on site, right? Mental health is a big thing now, being able to go into that space. So again, we think of their student athletes are humans first. And I think that's the part that we miss the most, is that we kind of put them in this category as if they're not normal or if they're not human. But everything that you need, they need too. And there's always a space for that. You just got to find out what that lane is, if that makes sense.
No, definitely. Those were great answers. And attest to what you guys said, the NFL now has implemented something where each franchise have to have a team doctor on site, psychologist. So for those who are psychology majors or in that realm, that's a whole new lane for you now. You don't have to think about operations, recruiting, GM, team president. Hey, if that's your route, definitely pursue it, but never tell nobody not to pursue their dreams. But for those who have other aspirations of still wanting to work in sports and trying to see how to align their degree with that, trust me, create your own table. That's exactly what I did. If you don't see a table, create it. Just like the clock. Some people gonna punch the clock and some people gonna create the clock. So you gotta be willing to go create your own opportunities. So now we're gonna dive into the next section. Breaking into the industry. Now let's talk about what everyone in this room really wants to know and how to get in. For students who want to work in sports, what are the most important steps that they should be taking right now to position themselves for opportunities? This could be anything from like networking, communicating, consistency, those etc.
What you guys are doing here now today, that's the most important. If I talk to somebody after today, just because you're here, that I'm a want to work with you. Networking is everything when it comes to sports. Sports isn't a job where you can just be like, okay, I apply for the job online. It's who you know and who knows you. And by being here, seeing faces, talking to people, that's the most important way to get into sports. And once you get in, just keep on working. Put your head down and work, and then you find your way to the top eventually.
He said it, it's not just who you know, it's who knows you, right? Even as an agent, I tell coaches that want us to represent them all the time, like, I can have the relationship, but there still have to be some level of trust and accountability on your end as well. So there's a role that you have to play. What I always tell people too is internships are crucial, not just for you to get where you want to go, but for you to figure out who you are and what you like. Because the last thing you want to do is spend all of this time pursuing certain degree pathways and then you learn that you don't like it. Because as an adult, time is the only thing we can't get back. And so I tell young people all the time, while you have that cushion, you don't have family, you don't have children, you don't have the overhead that requires you can't make certain sacrifices. So while you can and you have that cushion, this is your time of error. This is your time to figure stuff out. This is your time to find out who you really are, what you really like. This is your discovery pathway right now. Do not take that lightly. Because a lot of adults that find themselves in situations or career paths and they feel stuck because they didn't do that exploratory time right now, like what you're doing. So internships is the best way from my experience is to find out, hey, I really don't like this, or you know what, I really like this, or now I know that these type of environments I thrive in, these type of environments I don't thrive in. So not only that you have a job in sports, but you're doing something that you actually love so it doesn't feel like work. That's the goal. That's success. That's the richness of life that I would encourage you to try to obtain, if I can give you those extra words today.
And no, just to add to that, like, you guys are going to graduate and you're going to have friends that's going to go out here and get a job they're making X amount of money, and then you're sitting there with an internship like, oh my God, like I'm not making any money. But guess what? They're going to be making that same money 20 years from now, and you're going to find yourself at a job where you're making that money and you're actually loving it. Like you're going to work like, okay, hey, we got to work a 15-hour day today. It's okay. I love it.
Yeah, and that's a good point that he makes. I see this a lot when we're talking about the coaching side of things, because I have a lot of guys that want to get into coaching, but they don't want to start off as a GA because, oh, you don't make any money. But I know a lot of guys that started off as GAs are now making $1.5 million or $800,000 a year because it was a sacrifice that had to be made early on. So again, that cushion time, because now if you wait to go, like he said, just go get that regular job, but now you realize you want to coach, now you have a family, it's hard to go be a GA now, right? Because now it's like, and so some people are now choosing to, and parents know, and you can ask your parents that sometimes they make sacrifices because now they have a family. So now I can't go do this or I can't go do that. So just again, consider that very, very honorable in terms of being able to do that now while you have that cushion, because once you become adults, it's very, very hard to be able to do that.
Definitely. You guys said something that I always speak on to my members specifically, and it's that patience, right? When you work in the sports industry, you're in the industry for the long run, not for the short term. So can you guys attest to like what's some skills or qualities that you guys would look for in a young industry professional that might be seeking an internship or fellowship with the 818, or even with you, Coach Rick, wanting to come work in operations. I did 2 seasons under you. So, working with you was a great experience for sure. So can you guys just provide me with a couple of qualities and skills?
I'm a tough cookie. So I'll just say for me, it's being able to come in and basically self-aware. But not only that, being able to be a problem solver. Like to me, if I had what y'all had, baby. We didn't have Google like that. We didn't have ChatGPT. We didn't have YouTube University. We had to figure stuff out on our own and go to a library and, really, really get it out the mud, as y'all say it, right? So for me, by the time you come to me, if you can't figure something out most of the time on your own, that's problematic. And so my advice and what we look for is people who can try to figure it out. And once they get to the point that they don't know, then they come. But if I had an intern one time that came and then he said, hey, I want to be able to get paid for this, and I can do social media and I can do all of this. I'm like, okay, sure. And then 2 weeks in, he's asking me, well, what about this post and what about that post? And can you wait? I'm doing your job. So you're still in intern phase, because the minute that I'm hiring you, that means you have the competency level to do this job at 100%. When you're asking somebody to hire you. So understand that when you're interning, that again, you're still learning, so you have the experience, so now you can say, hey, I know how to do that. So that's one of my biggest pet peeves, is telling me that you got something, but you really don't have it. So if you don't have it, be able to articulate that, because now, hey, you let the person that's helping you know that you're still learning. But if you tell me that I got it, then in my brain, you got it. So if the ball is dropped, we got a problem, because you told me you had it. And so that's kind of my, biggest thing of what we look for in interns, are people who can kind of like, I can give you this, and then 98% of the time you can kind of figure out the most of it. But then after that, it's like, okay, maybe I need a little bit help here, cool. And then you're off on your own reins. That's what we look for.
And like you said, like our jobs are stressful already. So if something goes wrong, it's on us, and now we're answering to somebody else. So if I have an intern under me and I put you in charge of something and you mess it up, now it's on me. So my biggest thing, and that's why I love when Carl was working with me, like I'm hard on interns, I'm hard on volunteers. Like I might not give you an assignment just because like I need to take care of this myself. I need to make sure this is fine myself. But what I loved about working with Carl, he'll come in and be like, hey coach, I know you was working on blah, 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 but let me go ahead and do this. All right, let me add something to this. So being observant, watching, being self-aware, those are some of the things that we look for in interns, and that will get you to the next level so fast, because now that I can trust you, now that you came in here and be like, oh, okay, let me go ahead and do this. You know what? Okay.
I will hire you.
Yeah. This person.
Yeah. Another thing to just add to that too is I give the analogy of this. If we are running and then you come and say, hey, I want to run too, but you're walking, you're slowing us down. So you're not helping, you're hurting. And that's the way that I try to get people to understand. We are running right now. So if you can't run, you might need to go, work out and get your, you're running pathway up a little bit, meaning you'll, work your brain, go learn a little bit more, and then come back. Like you said, being able to observe, like, hey, I can add to this, I can help to what you guys are already building. Because I tell people all the time, especially interns, if I gotta stop to keep teaching you, then you're slowing me down. That doesn't do me any justice. So you have to bring something to the table for me at this point in my life, for me to want to mentor you, or for you to do an internship at my agency, because now you're slowing me down.
Thank you, thank you. I feel like that's the biggest thing with me in particular, like Coach Rick said and Ms. Brule, when you intern, you want to already come in with a mindset of, I got this. You got to be self-observant and you have to be self-made. Don't wait for someone to hand you a task. Look for something to do. And the best thing I can tell anybody in this room, and Barack Obama said it best himself, get stuff done. I'm not gonna say what he really said, but get stuff done. If you can get something done, you're always gonna have a job. Someone is always gonna see the value in you, always are gonna move up. I tell my members that on the daily. Communication and preparation is our motto, but I love people who go above and beyond. So if my goal is just to do this, well, I did my job already, but they need help over there. Let me go help them. No, you're not bigger than the program. So you got to have that mindset. I'm not bigger than the program. I want to be a part of the program. But thank you again for that knowledge. So for our next section, we're going to move on to real advice and lessons learned. I want to shift into advice that students can really take from them. What is one lesson you've learned in your career that you wish you knew as a student? And to dive a little deeper into that, you can go with anything from pinpoint making connections. Some students that feel like they're behind on, certain things when it comes to interning or experience or making relationships.
I have one that I think is important in this space. Be careful of comparisons, like trying to compare yourself to other people, because what I learned as I started to grow was that sometimes you're comparing yourself to scammers. Sometimes you're comparing yourself to people who are cheating. Sometimes you are comparing yourself to people who are living a fraudulent life. And so once I understood that I am in my own lane, running my own race, I don't really care about what other people have going on, because sometimes it'll become a distraction. Now, I'm a Christian, so bear with me. But I tell people all the time that the devil also gives you good gifts. So the power that you have to learn really early is the power of know. When you know who you are and you know what you're going after, then you don't allow nothing to distract you. Because what will end up happening is, let's just say you want to be a sports agent. When you're multifaceted like myself, you have people that keep pulling you. I can cook, y'all, with the best of them. So they're like, oh, you need a restaurant. I can build a website. Oh, you need to do graphics and websites. But I'm an agent. Does that make sense? So if I let people pull me over here and now I'm opening a restaurant, if I let people pull me over here and now I'm building websites, I can't really hone in on me being the best agent that I can be. Does that make sense? So I tell people all the time, the biggest thing is not comparing yourself or looking at whatever this is, because the other side to that is you don't know what sacrifices people made to get where they are. You don't know how long they've been, doing whatever it is that they're doing to get where they are. We never count the cost of what that house was built. We just see the house is built. And so that's my biggest lesson for me, was not allowing people to pull me in different directions because they felt like that's what they saw me as. So you got to know who you are first, so nobody moves you off of your palette, if that makes sense.
That's crazy she said that, because that was exactly what I was thinking. Run your race. Don't compare yourself to nobody. Run your race. You're going to make it to the top. Believe in God, work hard, put your head down. You're going to make it to the top. It's a small group, so I keep it real with you. I was at LSU year before last. I thought I'd made it. I was good. I was not coming back to Southern. I love y'all, but I was not coming back here. Stuff happens. I sat there for a minute and really compared. Why this person making it? Why this person making it? What am I doing wrong? But then I had to think about it, forget them, let me do my thing. It was a blessing in disguise. I was in a toxic environment. Now I got to come back to something beautiful with people that actually care about me. So run your race. You'll be fine. You'll make it. You do that internship. Hey, I'm doing an internship for another 2 years. It'll pay off. And then now you'll be able to talk to other interns and be like, hey guys, it's all right. You'll make it.
And let me just add this quickly. We live in a society where everything seems like it happens fast. There is a principle in seed time and harvest, seed time and harvest, seed time and harvest. So you plant the seeds, right? Give it some time, the harvest will come. that's why you just gotta keep your hand to the plow.
You know, it was so many nuggets in what you guys said. I wish we could have voice recorded that, because that is something that honestly, I feel like that might be the key topic of this whole panel. Run your own race. Comparison is the thief of joy. It really is. Do not compare yourself to nobody. Yes, look at other people to take and pull from their experiences and add and to enhance yourself. But don't say, well, dang, how they make it and I didn't. Don't worry about that. That's another way to block your blessings. Only focus on, like Coach Rick said, God, put your head down, work hard, and I promise you it's gonna pay off, guys. That's the biggest thing. The sports industry is a small industry, but once you get it, it's a beautiful thing and it's very rewarding. So that leads me into this next question, right? You know, what are some advice you would give to students that may feel that they don't have the connections or don't know where to start?
Ooh, I think you said it earlier. Like, I'm big on, one thing I can say about my mom, it was always like, create your own thing. Like, create. If they're not, like, I'll give an example. When I first got into this business, I started my own agency, not because I necessarily wanted my own agency. It was almost like I was a threat to everybody. And so, you know, they would give me an issue with joining an agency. So it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to open this space for me, I'm going to create the space. Leverage is a beautiful thing. Leverage is everything in the sports space. If you understand how to create leverage, you know what I mean, supply and demand, when you understand that, then you can pivot yourself into any situation that you want to be. Whereas again, if you want to be a barber, then, you know, my goal is now I got to be cool with every, you know, male out here and build enough trust that they'll give me at least a shot at, because, you know, people don't play about their heads, right? You know, they ain't playing about their head, boy. Listen, everybody not touching our heads, right? And so building that, being strategic about everything that it is that you do. And so that's the important piece of it all, is how do you put yourself in a position that if you don't have the resources, how do you find it? Like you said, okay, well, I don't have the connections in the sports space. Let me go look up every sports organization across the country. Maybe I don't have enough money. Let me start local. Let me see if I can start there and then build out from there. Again, you have Google, you have ChatGPT, you have all of these resources that can help you with even sifting through your own thoughts, that there is no excuse at all, you know, even from here, putting in the work though, because I tell people all the time, they'll take my card, but they never call, right? Because you're too busy. And so it's how do you put in, my mentor, I listen to him every day, and he said something today about time that just stuck with me. He said, we all get the same time, but the reality is that time in itself does not produce results. It's what you do with that time that actually produce the results. That's why you can't get mad at him, because you don't know if he went and put 50 hours in, and now you're saying, well, how he got there and I didn't get there? Because maybe he went to 50 meetings and you didn't go to any, because you don't see the grunt work that goes behind where a lot of people end up landing, right? And so just keep that in mind. So whatever it is that you're trying to do, figure out the strategy of it. It's almost like getting to the root of the thing. If I know that I want to deal with, you know, for me, it's football moms a lot. So now it's like, okay, let me build out this community. How do I go about building out this community? If you start with one and you do right by one, then that one word of mouth is the best thing. So again, if you're looking for a network, you got two people right here that keep extending themselves. You know, if you pour into enough, and I talk all the time, if you pour into somebody enough, they're gonna naturally pour back. So imagine if you just say, you know what, coach, is there any way that I can help, or even sending notes or whatever, then he's not gonna forget. Like, I don't forget people who, one thing, and I'll say this and I'll pass it on. People do not forget how you make them feel. So if you go out your way to make somebody feel special, to make somebody feel like, you know what, they impacted you, we don't forget that. And so that's another way that you can, you know, open doors for yourself by saying, either sending somebody a birthday card. It's some little things, you know, remembering their name or their child name or their cat name, or sending them a birthday card for their dogs. People love their animals, right? But it's just little things that move the needle, and you just have to think outside of the box and do not get to the point where, you know, I always say don't be weird, but also don't be afraid. Like, fail forward. It's okay to fail. It's okay to get it wrong, as long as you get back up. That's the key. Just keep going, keep walking. That's my only task for you. Just keep walking, even if it's baby steps. Just keep moving forward, and you're gonna be good.
Yeah, on top of that, just like you said, once you find that lane that you want to be in, be consistent with it. Whether you're finding somebody you want to intern for, you're finding somebody, a business you want to work for, be consistent with it. Carl didn't work for me because he came by and said, "Hey, Coach Rick, nice to meet you. I want to work for you." I was a nice guy. I just said, "Sure, come on, whatever." I really was lying. I was like, if you come by, okay. He was consistent. He kept coming by. Then when I finally let him in the office, he kept coming by every day. I got an intern right now. She's probably about to be gone because she came by. "Hey, you need anything?" "No, I don't need nothing today." I ain't seen her in 2 weeks. Just because I didn't need nothing that day, don't mean I didn't need nothing tomorrow. Be consistent with it. Keep working. Keep working. Keep coming by. Be a nag. Be a nag. I did not get the job here or LSU or anywhere else because I just applied online. I got that job because I was consistent with it. That person that I was networking with, I kept sending them a message. "Hey, how you doing today?" "Oh, okay." I might see. I follow them on Instagram. They posted something out. They out there fishing or something. "Oh man, it looks like, man, you catch some big ones." I don't know nothing about fishing. "You catch some big ones out there, aren't you?" Because I want to make sure that I'm on your mind that the next time something comes open. "Oh shoot, that one Rick. Shoot, Rick. Let me call Rick, see if he's available." Be consistent.
And let me just say this, and it's so funny that you said that. My COO right now has been with me for 5 years, and she started out as an intern, but she was a nagger, and a good nagger. And what we mean by a good nagger is meaning that you can nag, but you can also perform. So she would call me because I'm the type of person who only, like, you know how the Bible says God draws close to those that draw close to him. I'm very similar. If you reach out to me, you'll get more out of me. And I tell people all the time, the more you reach out to me, the more you get out of me. And so she did that all the time. Like every day she would just call and just call and just call. And now she's the CEO of my organization with people underneath her. And now she's the NFL agent who I'm trying to make go to law school. But I'm constantly pushing her because I'm like, "Okay, girl, you ready to get your basketball?" She's like, hold on. Because now I'm like, she's a mini me. So I'm trying to pour everything into her because she has the capacity. But again, she was a nagger. She would call me all the time. And I'm like, "Okay, fine." And I finally gave in and it was worth it because, like I said, we're going on year 6 of her being with the agency. So
You guys said something else that I just love the nuggets you're giving right now, because it's a lot of this is, to be up here moderating the panel, and I was once on the floor, I'm hearing a lot of similar things that help get me into certain rooms. So to touch on being a nagger and building those relationships, can you give a few tips on how to strategically follow up and continuously build a relationship? Because a lot of people think a network is, "Hey, my name's Carl. Hey, Jim. Hey, let me get your number. Okay, cool. We got a job next week." That's not networking. Networking is strategically aligning yourself with a person to build a long-term genuine relationship, not to seek an outcome. So can you guys kind of touch on that?
I'm glad you said that, the genuineness of it. It's almost like, think about yourself. If somebody just came to you and all they always wanted was just something for you, how would you feel about that? Right? That every time they call you, they just want something, or they're just pulling from you. They're never bringing anything to the table. It's the same thing when it comes to like networking or building authentic relationships. While Regine would call me, it wasn't always just like and that's why I say nagging respectfully, right? Not meaning like to annoy somebody, but in a sense of just always being present, always putting yourself on that person's mind. Right? So like with her, she'll be like, "Hey, I have a question about this, and what you think about this?" Or, because I just like to teach. That's just me. I like to pour into people. If I feel like you're getting something out of it, you'll get more. If I feel like you're not, then I'm not gonna waste my time because my time is valuable, right? So you have to study the person's personality too. I think we negate that a lot, that it is important to understand the person. Because if I'm a person where calling me too much would irritate me, then you're gonna get on my nerves. But if I'm a person that likes to text, but you text, then it's a good thing. So kind of trying to figure out, it's almost like dating in this sense, but not dating. But you know what I mean? Like you gotta get to know the person and feel them out to where it's like, "Hey, well, what do you like?" Or, "Do you mind if I ask you this?" I talk all the time, being passive aggressive, and you have to be careful because if you study people's social media, you can find out, because people tend to, like you said, fishing. If you know me and you watch my page, I like to eat. So it might behoove you to be like, "Hey, B, I got some food. Can I bring it over, baby?" You might get my attention because I like to eat, right? I'm serious. Like I'm one of them dancers. You're gonna see me tap dance if it's good. And so it's just, if you study people enough, if you take the time to do your due diligence, you'll get a long ways where it's like, oh, lately she's been wearing hats. Maybe I can show her this hat because that might intrigue me. But you're not calling me about that, because when we deal with like NFL scouts, they always tell us like they hate when people just call only about, players. So sometimes I don't even talk to my guys about players anymore. I call and ask them how they're doing. And you know what they end up doing? What guys you got that I can help you with? I don't even have to call them for that because now we've built a relationship to where because you being, not being weird and you actually care about me, now I want to help you. So how can I help you? That's how you get people to move the needle for you. That's how you get people to open the doors because you don't make it a transactional relationship. When people know that you genuinely want to just be there or be around, like people who, and I don't want to use the word serve, but I'm a servant. So anybody that know me around, I'll come and pick up all y'all water bottles and throw. I have no problem doing that. I love serving people. So when somebody comes to serve me, meaning like they care to take the plow with me and make my life easier, it's not much I wouldn't do for them. And so if you take that approach, you'll open much doors because we're gonna remember that more than anything else. I had an intern, y'all, I kid you not, I still think about this boy. This was 16 years ago. His name was Yoshan. He was at Tulane University. I never forget it. That boy came in and I mean anything I said. It was like we was in sync. It was like he was my spirit animal or something. I cried when he left. I'm talking about like hard down tears because he could not afford to go to Tulane anymore. So he had to move back home. I'm like, wait, can I find Jesus? I need some money. I was trying to pay for his tuition. Do you hear me? Because he made my life easier. And so your job, and it's one thing that my mom always taught me, whenever you go somewhere, you want to make it to where you make everything you touch and everybody around you life easier to where when you go, it's noticeable. I tell people all the time, if you're around me and you leave and I don't know you're going, that's a problem. You want to be that person that they feel when you're not there. They know when you're not there because this ball wouldn't have got dropped and such was there. That's who you want to be. And that's what we look for. And that's the game church. That's the people that are like, nah, you got to stay with me. How much money you need? Let me go, Jesus, I need, you know what I mean? You're trying to figure it out because you don't want to get rid of that person. That's what you want to bring to the table.
No, it's crazy. She said one thing I caught on that dating, because I just had a conversation with our recruiting staff just talking about athletes. It's dating. Networking is dating. That's what's that? Mango? What kind of drink you got there from Starbucks?
Orange juice.
I bet if I wanted to work for you, I bet the next time I come to your office, you're gonna have one. My guy over there with a camera. Oh, do you know about the new Sony one? I don't know nothing about cameras, but I'm gonna talk to him about it because that's the way that I need to build a relationship with him. And that's all it is, guys. You know, when you got that one fine girl that you really, really, really want, you're gonna find a way to find out what she likes to get to know her. Ladies, it's the same way. Oh my God, I don't even like flowers like that, but he know I like that one flower.
And we calling our friends and everything.
Be that intern, be that person in the field. I had a head coach that I worked for, Eric Dukes. He loved coffee. I hate coffee. He loved coffee. Hey, coach, man, hey, wanna go to my Starbucks real quick? Man, I can't do nothing without Rick, man. He always makes sure we got a hotel next to a Starbucks. Starbucks is in the hotel. He done found a way to get my room with Starbucks in it. The man can live without me. Be that person.
No, definitely. Again, a lot of great information, and Ms. Burley, I want to touch on what you said about food. You know, I love food. You know, we from the city, so you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So definitely, food is my love language. I love food. So I definitely feel like when you can make that connection, like Coach Rick said, it could be something small, even if it's nothing that interests you, but you use that to leverage and build that relationship. It's not using it to use the person. You're using it as a connector to build that relationship, and then it's on you to build the rest, right? So for our last and final, to wrap this up, final question. If you had to give one piece of advice to the next generation of sports professionals in this room, what would it be? Yeah, we cooking.
I think being able to pivot is the biggest thing. Somebody asked me something the other day on this podcast, and it was like, with the new NIL, where did you have to change your business model? And I told her that I had to make some adjustments. And so you have to be able to pivot. When you don't, they have to say either you pivot or you die. And that's the biggest thing. I didn't pivot earlier on in my career, which cost me maybe like 5 or 6 years because I was expecting me from other people. And then you learn that everybody's not you. Everybody's not loyal like you. Everybody's not whatever like you. And so you just have to be able to accept people truly for who they are, adjust your situations continuously every year, do a self-evaluation to find out where you are, right? And then you pivot where it's necessary. That's the biggest thing that I pivot real fast.
I don't think I have one thing, but to kind of sum it all up, keep learning. Keep learning, find a way to, it's always something new going on, especially in sports. It's always something new going on. It's always a way to better network yourself. It's always a way to keep on moving up. Keep learning, learn the person, learn the field, everything about anything. Keep learning.
You know, I almost could drop a tail right now. Y'all just don't understand, bro. It's full circle for me. You know, I worked on the rig for 2 seasons under 2 different administrations, and I feel like I've been on Ms. AB for 5 years now. You know, so I'm really appreciative that you guys were able to take the time out your day to come sit on this panel. I know for sure that, you know, my members and students and student athletes, they're definitely appreciative of your time and dedication towards not just them, this industry. So for real quick, we're going to do about a 5 to 10 minute Q&A, and then we're going to close out. Do we have any follow-up questions around the panel? Come on, guys, don't be scared. This is what we're here for. You have the same people that you want to network with, that you see on TV and things like that, they sitting right here in front of you. It's the time to ask. No tables. I'm gonna start calling. My members know I point people out. I'm gonna go with you, fam.
Well, every sports organization have an HR department, you know what I mean? So now it's, do you, like if I'm you, I'm trying to get over here to see like how can I, you know, who handles the HR there, what does that look like? And trying to either get an internship or a mentorship from that individual to see what their particular pathway and what that looked like. Because again, every sports organization, HR is everywhere. Like y'all are heavily needed, right? Very, very important and crucial. And so it's just now, do you want to work in the sports space? And then, like I said, reaching out to individuals like Rick saying, hey coach, like how, you know, can you connect me with the HR person? Because if you just go straight to that person, they'd be like, I don't know you. But if he has a relationship with that person, that's the power of proximity, right? Where he can say, hey, this is a young lady that I think is, you know, brilliant and, you know, would you mind talking? Because people do it all the time where I might not take certain people calls, but because somebody else called and say, hey, can you talk to this person? I actually do it. So that's the thing.
Yeah, like you said, HR is everywhere. Day one at LSU, I don't know where HR office was, but they had an HR person in athletics. That's who I dealt with. As a matter of fact, information I get to because she actually played volleyball. Oh, you know her? See, so HR is everywhere.
So definitely, you guys got to understand, you know, it's not about long term. You want to focus on it, set those goals, but you got to start building now and today. And like Coach Rick said, by you guys being here, you're already starting than most people. So it's not about just talking games, it's actually about walking the walk, right? So we want to give a round of applause again to our panelists. Great panel. Great panel. So do we have, yeah, we're going to get a picture. Do we have any more follow-up questions before we end? All right, cool. So Alex, can I get you up here? And Ms. Burrell. And Mr. Burrell, we're going to get a quick picture, all right?
All right, everybody, thank y'all again for your patience and for your attention. That was an amazing panel. Can we get another round of applause? We are going to get started with our last and final session in about 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll have music playing and then we'll have our last interactive session for the day. I am a firm believer in networking. Yeah, you come on. I'm a firm believer in networking, and you have these professionals here. If you have questions, make sure you connect with them. Make sure you get some questions answered while they're here. Like I said, they were amazing speakers, so make sure you all connect with them. If you have any questions, just let us know. We'll get started in about 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks, y'all.
It's Bradford. I think I'm going to shit it. I think it's on like the that's how I get I said, you like this. It's like the baseball season.
Pretty much. But my question is so along the lines of like, because you know, like people mess with on social media, so like you want to bit, even if you ain't never met these people before. I'm trying to do that a little bit, but it's like where do you draw the line at in terms of like privacy versus giving somebody something to show your personality. I've been on a couple years, so since high school, I got hurt. Yeah, he can show your personality. Like, I don't know, I got like, for example, right, like, so like my back, that's kind of just how I think. So that's like he's not too much, but it's like a little something. Like pictures on practice on my game, whatever. That's happening. It's like how much they like because you know there's like people got like 200 posts over they might just real they keep that side and then like the real stuff like it's like how you navigate all that. Because it's like she does like social media.
Oh.
project of a place called Design.
How we doing, guys? So I know we just came off a great panel discussion with our industry professionals. Next up will be our very own founder and CEO, Mr. Antoine Burrell of the BE Collective. He will be facilitating a NIL 201, as he like to say, workshop. So not one-on-one of what NIL is, but let's actually dive deep into how to secure and know what to look for when participating in the NIL deal. All right, guys. So we can start with that in exactly about another minute. Okay, guys, please take your seats and let's lock back in for the last and final session of the day. All right, guys, if you're a student athlete, you're definitely going to want to stay for this session. Even if you're a student and you want to work in the business of NIL, this is the session and workshop for you. So today we're going to be diving deep into actively knowing what NIL is and how to participate in it and what to look for. And today's facilitator is going to be Antoine Burrell, founder and CEO of the BE Collective himself. Please give a round of applause.
How's everybody doing today? Good, good. Thank you all so much for being here, for being a part of this event. As Carl mentioned, my name is Antoine Burrell. I'm the founder of BE Collective Plus. We are an HBCU name, image, and likeness solutions provider. So what that means is that we go around to different HBCUs to help educate our community, learn how to navigate the NIL landscape through workshops, summits such as these, different types of programming to help you guys understand how NIL truly works. So as Carl mentioned, this session is going to be a little bit deeper dive into NIL. So I'm not going to come talk to you about what NIL stands for, name, image, and likeness, and all of those kind of things. I actually want to get a little bit deeper into the NIL space, as not sure how many of you all may know, but just over the last week or two, there have been executive orders that have come out of the White House, memos that have come from the College Sports Commission, things that are going to start taking shape this fall as it pertains to NIL and how the business works, and some changes that may be coming, but also things that are important to note for students, student athletes, those that are interested in working in this business. So before I get started, I want to know, do I have anybody in here that has ever done an NIL deal or brand partnership before I get too deep? One? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to pick on you for a quick second. What did the brand ask you to deliver?
I have an NIL with edible arrangements, and I post for them. Like, I guess they're treats, and I was able to give some of my teammates some like post game like treats after one of our scrimmages and stuff like that. So yeah.
Thank you for that. So I hope everyone heard that because that is perfectly timed. Because we actually had edible arrangements for those that were here during the lunchtime that provided on behalf of 2 Southern student athletes that gifted the fruit tray from their restaurant. Jordan? Yes, okay, so yeah, the edible arrangements that you work with, they saw the post promoting this event because they work with athletes such as yourself. They wanted to donate something to this program on behalf of you and Tanisha, I believe, as their two student athletes that they work with. So thank you for sharing your experience with the brand, because that is actually exactly what we're going to talk about today. When you have an NIL, so a lot of speakers and presenters are going to tell you how to get them. They're going to tell you how they're going to tell you post more, make sure you're posting content that aligns with your lifestyle, all those different things. We had our leveraging your brand workshop earlier for us to kind of identify what our niche is. But today I want to talk about going into what brands look for when you have a deal. And I'm going to stay on the edible arrangements example because we have a tangible real life example with us. So that will help us all kind of understand and conceptualize what it looks like. So to give you all some context, as I mentioned, there was an executive order that came out of the White House about a week ago as far as changes that are coming to NIL this fall. With that, and what that means is, in short, they are trying to regulate the pay-for-play and the fraudulent NIL. And so, just a third-party booster giving money, saying, "Hey, transfer here, go to this school." They're trying to put a cap on those types of programs. But with that, they are trying to regulate it. And so, within that regulation, athletes are going to be required to deliver on their deals. And so what that means is the execution of an NIL deal. In front of all of you, you'll have a worksheet that serves as a mock NIL deal. And that worksheet will kind of help guide us through today's workshop. What this worksheet is going to do is we're going to pretend that you all have an NIL deal, every one of you, let's say with edible arrangements. We know that they do in fact work with Southern student athletes, so this could be a valid thing that could actually happen. So we'll use that as an example. And what we're going to do is we're going to walk through how to deliver on an NIL deal. As these crackdowns and things are coming from the top, they're going to be looking at our athletes delivering what they're getting paid for. So if someone gives you money to post, are you actually posting? If someone gives you money to show up as an appearance, did you show up? Is there proof that you showed up? They're giving you money to sign an autograph or things of that nature. They're trying to regulate just giving money just because you go to a school, and more so of helping you all understand these are partnerships. These are brand partnerships with the business, and so these are business deals. There are expectations of you beyond being their athlete, and these expectations come from the business so that they will continue to pour into you all. So essentially it's a cycle. So when a brand reaches out to you, they're expecting something in return. They either see something from your profile, they see something from your influence that you have on campus or amongst your peers, or they see that you may go to a big time school, big program, your program may be on news. You're all women's basketball team big tournament, right? Yes, okay, so like that's a prime example, right? That's bringing a splash to Southern athletics, and those create things that attract brands' attentions. And so when brands want to work with you, they're saying, I will give you services, money, or these things in exchange for you helping my business. And so it is not just because you play a sport or not just because you're on the team, but they have an So, as I'm saying, brands have an expectation when they work. They want you to help their business grow in some way, shape, or form. So they either want your friends to know about their business, they want your friends to shop at their business, they want your friends, your family, your community to purchase the products they may pay you for free to show off how great they are. And so that's a part of what we refer to as ROI. So anybody that's a business major or marketing major, y'all may have heard that term before, return on investment. So if I give you something, what am I going to get out of it? And so that's where hello? So as we talk about ROI, that's where some of these crackdowns from the White House are coming with these new regulations in the executive order. They are to enforce the ROI perspective of NIL. Are you all as athletes and students delivering to the brands, or are people just giving you money? And so with that, with this enforcement, if you are not delivering, there's a couple of different things. From a business and brand side of things, if I am the edible arrangements that said I would give you $500 for posting, sharing with your friends, and you never post, that means I've wasted my $500, which now also means I'm not giving you another $500. I may not give somebody else from your school another $500 because now I feel like, oh, I just give them this and they don't do anything with it. And because they don't see that return, that makes them weird. That's what makes it harder to get NIL deals. That's what makes it harder for brands to work with student athletes. And very transparently in this room, at HBCUs, we don't have as much of a runway to mess up because it was already hard enough as is. And so that's why this piece is very, very important to us in our community and how we deliver on these deals. The better we perform, the better they're more likely to continue working with us. I'll use an example. There's a student athlete that we work with at B Collective. She runs track. As you all know, track and field is not a revenue generating sport. So that's not one of those sports that is funding the athletic department. This student athlete has been able to do $10,000 plus deals with brands as big as Target, as big as Noxema, because she has a platform. She has a platform and an influence that she delivers on. So when she's creating content, she's very intentional about what she's creating. She's very intentional about where she's creating, scheduling her posts, making sure the quality is high. And then these brands are reaching out to her. The agencies of these brands, the people that are working for these companies are sending emails saying, hey, we love your content. We'd love to work with you. They're sending emails saying, we love, you post about wigs, and so we'd love to send you some of ours to showcase. We love your nails. We want you to try this different type. All of these different opportunities from building your brand. But the key is not that she has X thousands of followers or that she posts such great content. It's that she delivers on what the brand is looking for. So there have been deals that you're going back and forth with the brand. They ask you to record a video, you record it, you send it to them for approval. Then they tell you it's too dark. So that's not a moment of be upset. It's a moment of, oh, this is feedback to ensure the quality of this product or this post is going to match what the brand standard is. And so when you get feedback like that, the picture's too dark, the logo's blurry, or things of that nature, those are the things that we want to really execute and deliver highly on. Because a lot of student athletes think, oh, let me just snap a picture, throw it on my story, throw it on my page, it'll be there for 2 days, take it down, then we're good. That's not how you deliver from a brand standpoint. If you want them to continue working with you, and if you want to getting more deals, more opportunities, building true partnerships. And so I'm gonna pause for a second because I have a student athlete working in NIL with me. So can you tell us a little bit about what was the process like between before and now with edible arrangements in your relationship?
Honestly, it was the way they reached out was from word of mouth. Honestly, they had heard about me from other people, and they had seen some of my stats, and had seen that I was involved with FCA, Fellowship for Christian Athletes, and they said that they seen that it aligned with what they were trying to put out. So then they DM'd me on Instagram, and I agreed. And then we talked about contracts and stuff. And I had Ms. Plummer help me look over, which is the person in athletics that is over clients. And then I signed the deal, and then we came a post of like me, I guess, coming out saying that I was now a partner with Edible Arrangements, and then I started making posts, and then I was able to give stuff and like post things and give free things and stuff like that.
Thank you so much for sharing your story, your experience, because what you did it by the book. So I really hope people were paying attention to her experience and her story. So as I mentioned, brands are looking for ROI for them. So that means someone told them about it. Someone told her, hey, I somebody that has a big following, that's a student athlete, that could be good, whatever the verbiage is that they use, like she mentioned, word of mouth. So as we've had conversations today, building your brand, doing your assessments and things of that nature, that's why it's important. So you know your value that you bring to the table so that people can speak on your behalf. From there, they also were able to have conversations. They DM'd her, so she had to respond. That's half the battle. They will slide in your DMs, and you have to respond, but they're not going to wait for you. And so they slide in your DMs the morning of a final. And if you wait until 2 weeks after that final, that opportunity may be gone. And so that is challenging. And so when we talk to student athletes about NIL, you have to make sure it's something you do want to commit to, because the money comes in the execution, the money comes from the follow-ups. And so what that means is that, as you mentioned, they DM'd her, they had a conversation, and then they got to contract negotiation. They sent her a partnership offer. This is what they wanted from her. Whether that was X amount of posts, whether that was appearances or whatever that have you, they sent her what they wanted from her from the partnership and what they would be willing to give her in exchange for that partnership. As she mentioned, she's done social posts. She's been able to give product to her teammates. We've had them, they didn't know about this connection, but they donated here because they worked with her. And so that shows how brands want to be a part. They want to support, but also they want to be able to have tangible benefits that come along with these types of deals and opportunities. The biggest thing that I really can't harp on enough is that she said she talked to compliance in athletics. You have to utilize your resources that you have when these opportunities come. So if you have an agent, if you know a lawyer or someone in the legal space, have them look over these contracts, because if a brand gets a chance, they will pull a fast one. They will ask you for deliverables that are hard for you to execute on. The moment you don't execute on, that gives them a reason not to pay you. And so that could be something as they ask you to post 10 times a week, which is crazy. But if you accept that deal and you post 7, not 10, now they have a reason to not pay you a dime because you didn't deliver on that deal. And so that's why that execution piece is so, so important. But also, really, like I mentioned on the Heartline, she said she went to compliance to have someone look over that deal before she signed it. And that is the biggest piece with all of this. So even as we talk about execution, that's where it comes hand in hand. The execution comes, you need to know what the brands are asking for from you. And so with that, I want us to walk through this exercise together. So I'm going to start on this worksheet that everybody should have. And I want to get some feedback from you all as a group as we go through this so that we can work through a deal together. Let's say that there is an opportunity where there's a local athletic apparel company. Just one, is that, yeah. So there's a local apparel company that will give each one of you all $500 and free gear, whether that's shirts, hoodies, athletes in the room. I know y'all are used to getting free gear. So let's use this for a potential deal. The deadline is 2 weeks from today. So use today in real life. And so I know that we've gone past spring break, but I know graduation's coming up. I'm sure finals are coming up. There's a lot of things that can happen within the next 2 weeks. So we're going to use this as a real-time example. So I want you all to think about that in your scheduling and things as we answer these questions. The deliverables, the biggest piece, like I mentioned, the execution of the deals. The deliverables on this deal, they want 1 Instagram post, 2 Instagram stories, and 1 in-store appearance. All of this is due 2 weeks from today. So each one of you have your own majors, classes, practice, schedules, and all of those kind of things. So I want you all to factor those things in as we go through this worksheet. So I'm gonna give you all a quick second to kind of go through. I see some people have already started, but when I have somebody that is willing to volunteer for just question 1, we'll go 1 question at a time, as far as with this opportunity on the table, what is your Instagram post gonna be about? What would you do for this brand and for this opportunity? And you guys, if they told you, we want 1 post, but we love your content, so they want it to be authentic. They want it to resonate with the types of content you already do. but we also want this to promote a brand. We want this to deliver some value to a brand, so we don't just want to say, hey, check out this new shirt. That one?
Hello. I would do a video that's saying like, come with me to this store so I can get ready. Get with me, type of like talking to them about who this local athletic apparel company is, what they have to offer, all that going in, and like showing like the different merch, maybe like, you know, going to the, you know, the dressing room, trying on the different stuff, and then for like a checkout type thing, like this is all the stuff I bought. Yeah, shop with them.
I love that. I love that. That was really good. That one?
I might go a different route with it. I might go like a carousel post, I guess, like a grid post, and make it look like either on campus or on block with the homies posted up in the gear. Do it like that. My bad. My bad.
Well, I was gonna say we're gonna say bluff instead of block just in case, because you know brand reputation. But I really like that because we're gonna circle back to that though, because that was truly authentic. So we're gonna circle back to that because that was not a bad answer at all.
I would do like a get dressed with me and then like take pictures like off day vibes, kind of.
You're a student athlete? You said off day. What sport? Volleyball? Okay. Okay, perfect. So thank you all for my volunteers. So each one of those examples that you all gave, that's what authenticity looks like when you're working with a brand. So we have volleyball that would do content in an off day. You know, not doing a get ready with me, you know, whatever their lifestyle is, and being able to showcase the content in an authentic way. So if you follow her, you would see this, and it's probably something that doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. It's something you're probably used to seeing these types of opportunities. Then over here, we got the carousel with the homeless. And that is a very, very good opportunity as well, because a lot of people may think that you gotta do a reel, you gotta do a get ready with me or something like that. And that is no knock on the get ready with me, but this deliverable said a post. So it did not have to be a reel. It just needed to be a main grid, main feed type of post. So a carousel can do just as much as a reel going into the dressing room showing these different pieces of clothing. A carousel with your friends, you're tagging them in it, they're in the pictures with you. Now we're showing the influence that you have amongst your friends with this deal that you got. Now we're showcasing these in a way of like what this looks like in an authentic way. Not just they told me to put on this shirt and say cheese. You know what I mean? And so thank you, each one of you all, for your examples. But this is what we want to think about. When you have an NIL deal, when somebody gives you an opportunity, you got to think about these types of things and not just throw out a post, but the better this is from an authenticity, the more closely connected it is to you all, the better it's going to deliver from an engagement standpoint, and the brand is going to see that. They're going to see why they chose to work with you in the first place. So the next step, or next question I want you all to think about this is the heart of any post. What is your caption going to be?
I went a different route of like, this is my fit, like running errands, you know. I post a lot of like my outfits, that's why I said that. And then my caption would be off the court errands fit.
Oh, so for my post, I was like, I can just wear it to a game day supporting their sport. For my caption, I was like, for my caption, I was like, I didn't come up with it. I was just like, something about supporting their sport, supporting the tennis team. Yes.
So mine was gonna be like a day in the life, like wearing the gear and stuff, and then the caption would be spend a day with me while shopping, and then a set from, you know, the company.
Okay, so my idea
It was like a come with me to the gym kind of thing, and like I'm wearing the gear, and the caption would be something like, come to the gym with me, and then like add the like like add the company and like the sentence.
Mine was gonna be off the apparel with like the local company.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all for volunteering and sharing. We really love the ideas that you guys have. And let's dive into them. So right, like we have like the spend the days with me. We have the captions that are telling what the post is about. But there are also other unique ways that you all can integrate opportunities like this, right? If it's an apparel brand that you're working with, a simple OOTD, right? Tag the brand and just something slight. Just like a quick, if you post your clothes often, or what you're doing, what you're wearing, and people ask you these types of questions, that's a simple way that you can get it out. Even especially on carousel posts, right? Like, you may not need a super complicated caption. It might just be on the bluff with at the brand. In the carousel post of all of the different people, with the with the gear on it. And so I want you all to think, when you're thinking about captions and things like that, you can also still be creative there. The important part is making sure that you tag the brand, making sure that they're incorporated, making sure your spelling is spelled correctly, making sure the brand is tagged correctly, making sure you got the right handles. All of those kind of things are factors that you do need to keep in mind with your caption. Because all of these little things, while they may seem trivial, the brand is looking at them. When the brand looks at them, they see, oh, this person delivered on what we were asking for. If they're doing campaigns with college athletes, there's a likelihood they're doing it with a handful of athletes. And so, like you've heard on other panels and things like that, make yourself stand out. The higher quality that you deliver, if you can showcase like, oh, my content gets X amount of likes, X amount of comments, this many shares, this many impressions, because you do quality work, then that's what's going to get the brand's attention. They may have took a chance on you for the first deal, but when you execute at such a high level, now they want to work with you again. And then no brand wants to be the first brand, but once they see you're already working with brands, now they feel comfortable. Now they want to reach back out to you. Now they want to work with you. And then that's where you have deeper opportunities that all span from executing at a high level. So then the third question is, I want you all to answer this, step outside of yourselves, and think from the brand's perspective. Based on the answers that you all have selected, why would a brand want to reshare your post? Anybody on the side? Yep.
Also, if you look at brands now, they're trying to target to younger audiences because TikTok, y'all know what I'm talking. The young O's is a big trend now, and they're trying to cater to that. And a lot of brands are trying to find themselves being more diverse from traditional marketing. Like, if you look at even different branches of Chick-fil-A, they're always doing like viral TikTok sounds to get people to come eat some chicken. Like, it goes to stuff like that. It makes it more relevant and more inclusive to the younger audience because that's who's really looking at you now.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Anyone else want to share? Why would it? Right here. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going back to you. So that is a great answer. And there are some times where it truly is keep it simple. I'll keep the other S for those that know that phrase. But keep it simple. And so that is sometimes just as simple as that. The story that was mentioned is that we worked with a student athlete who had a $1,500 deal, and all he had to do was go to Circle K and buy a pop. So that deal did not come to fruition because he went too far. His content, instead of going into inside the Circle K, he wanted to go in the roof of the Circle K and create his content. And so there's video, and he still posted it later because this person is a true creator. So they didn't let the content go to waste. So shout out to them for still doing it. But that deal did not come to fruition because too far. He went too far trying to be creative and all of these different things. Climbed onto the roof of this Circle K to create his content, which when I saw it looked cool. It was a cool post. But now the manager was worried from a liability standpoint. What if he would have hurt himself? How did he get himself up there? Who was recording? He would have injured himself. The person that the manager worked with to offer those deals is now liable. And so now whoever that third party was now has to take the fall because they told this brand and this company, give us some money to find some athletes to activate this brand for you. We found the athletes that activate, and then they took it too far with the activation and the people at risk. Put things in jeopardy and money was lost. Yeah. And so that's one of the key parts about the execution piece of this, right? So like that advice of like, if you check all the boxes, if you do what they ask you to do, sometimes that's all that's needed. And not always needed to go above and beyond because sometimes it's just the execution at large. And then I want to go to, yeah.
I was just going to answer the question. I think that brand's going to work with me. I don't have that many followers, but I think I have a lot of engagement. Like I've built a community where like people actually like respond to my posts and like talk about it and things like that. So, yeah.
Awesome. And you said a big word, engagement. Engagement matters more than your followers. Everybody hear me very clear. Engagement matters more than your follower count. Engagement is likes, shares, comments, reposts, saves, all of those things. Add them up, total them up. That is what your engagement is. When you understand what type of engagement you have, then you can start having leverage conversations with brands. When you understand engagement and you understand execution, you bring those two to the table when you're having a conversation with the brand. I know that I can execute because these are my previous posts. I know that I can deliver these type of metrics to you because this is my average engagement. These people are normally, my community are a part of what I post. And then when you go to a brand, that's what they wanted from you. They wanted access to your community. They wanted access to your followers. They wanted awareness to bring their brand to your people. And because you've cultivated those types of spaces, you can take advantage of that. All right. And then so next we're going to get, again, like I said, this conversation is all about execution and after you get the deal. So like I said, these deliverables are due 2 weeks from today. So today's Saturday. I don't know what y'all class schedules are like. I don't know what test schedules are like or anything like that. But given wherever you all are, when would y'all post? Please share it. And then tell us why.
I said that I would not accept this deal because I simply don't have time. I'm a full-time intern at a behavioral health hospital. I'm the SAC president and Lone Star Jags president, so it's just a lot, and as well as a part of Uncaged. So I will not be able to post, just completely honest.
We're coming back to that because that is the level of awareness we're going to talk about.
Although I'm not an athlete, if I just take the athletic part out of it, I wouldn't take the deal because, like I say, I'm very involved. Like I'm in NAACP, I'm a president of an organization. I kind of work, And also, like, you have to have enough time to protect your peace, and gas prices are too high. So imagine if the store is like 25 to 30 minutes, that's a lot of miles, and gas ain't cheap.
Oh, no, this is great. This is great. I really, really, so this is rare for us. We usually don't have this level of awareness from student athletes when it comes to deals that you can take, deals that you shouldn't take. Not all deals are worth it. Like we've heard, scheduling, being involved in multiple organizations. When do you have time to post? Gas, things like that, because this deal requires an in-person appearance, so you have to travel at some point. These are all factors and things that you all want to consider when a deal comes your way. I do want to hear, is there anybody that would take the deal? When would you post? Choose your dates and schedule based on your current schedule. When would you post if you were to take this deal? 2 weeks from today is when all of these deliverables are due.
So since I did decide to do another team sporting event, it would most likely be on the weekend is when I would make my Instagram post, and my 2 stories would be made the following week. Just like a little throwback, or maybe I went out to eat and I was still in the outfit and I post those later. And then my in-store appearance would probably be that next weekend.
So what was the question? Okay, so for the post, I would do, because I would be doing an in-store shop, whatnot, I would take a picture of, and then tag the location while I'm there. Then I would make then I would post the reel, which is the Instagram post. Then I would make another story of like me in the outfit, whatnot, and tag, and then that whenever they have the in-store appearance pop up again, or because I'm in-store shopping, that's technically my in-store appearance.
So that's a good point. Before you go, so like you mentioned, you put 2 and 2 together. You are already doing some shopping, and that's part of the negotiation process. So like you mentioned, this mock deal is actually everything within 2 weeks. So you want to combine your opportunities such as that. During that conversation, when you're negotiating this deal, you ask, can my in-store appearance and my post be coincide? Or when is my in-store appearance? Does it need to happen by a certain time? Or on a certain day? Are they having a flash sale on a Sunday that they want you at in particular? Or is it you just need to be in the shop itself, posting content? So those are conversations you can have from negotiations. That's the very
Okay, well, I plan to put my things together. So I'm going Monday to the store in between class and weeks, and I'm making a story post. Then the next weekend, I'm making my post, like come with the gym post, come with me to the gym post. And then the next week, I would post, or like a few days later, just another story just talking about like, go to the store and get yourself something.
That's perfect, but what you did is you scheduled it out. So like I mentioned, we're part of the exercise 2 weeks from today. If it goes up, whatever that day is 2 weeks from now. So what you did is you said, okay, on Monday, between classes, then I'm going to do this on Tuesday or Wednesday. Then I'm going to do this on Thursday or Friday. So that's the mindset, especially as athletes, that you all will need to take into consideration. What is your off day? What is your life day? What days do you have practice? What is your heavy class day? When you got travel, when you have competition, all of these things have to be in consideration for you all particularly because your schedule is. And so when deals and opportunities come, it's not just jumping at a deal because they are available, but can I actually execute? Like we had some say, I'm too busy. We had someone, our peers say like, oh, I can't do this in 2 weeks Spain. But now you know that some opportunities fit and some don't. And it's not just about, oh, this is a bad deal. It just may not work for your organization.
Okay, for me, I know we have to do 3 posts total, so I would ask like, how do you want it like spread out? in the span of the 2 weeks, or like can I post it all in one? But for me, I would probably, depending on like my class schedule, practice schedule, if I had one class that day, I know sometimes like I could get out of class early my day and maybe around 2 o'clock, the store might close around 5. I still have time to just go make it in-store appearance. And I would prep all my stuff the first week and then like plan on my videos, edit my videos, look over it and like make sure that it's nice so I can like give people attention of like on my posts. And then the next week I would just schedule out and post it however they want me to post it. Gotcha. I said that I would go into the store and do like a little vlog post, be like, "This is what I'm picking up, y'all." You know, make it real like casual. Then the 2 Instagram stories, like I said, I do like fit checks and I post them on my stories. So then I would like strategically post like 2 stories of my fit and wear one of the pieces that I picked up. And then for my Instagram posts, I would do like my fits from the week, and there just so happens to be those clothes. And then like the extra mile I would take, I would do like a styling video of like, oh, this is how I styled this.
All right, so for me, I don't know. I think about it a little different. Like I know different apps are like you get more engagement in certain times of the day. I know depending on the brand, depending on the person, their engagement is higher at certain times of the day. So if school and workouts and all my other prior commitments permitted, I would kind of work with the brand, see when it makes the most sense to post. I know that my first story post would be in line with that initial grid post because when most people post on their grid, there's some sort of story that goes with it. And then my my in-person visit would be based on time and scheduling that I have, or if they have like a flash sale or whatever that they need me to show up to. And then you find one more time throughout the week where you know that your engagement is good. Kind of remind people, yeah, I put it on, go shop. Type.
So the question is, if you were to, so going down this worksheet, right? If you had this opportunity, the deliverables of this mock opportunity, they want within 2 weeks from today. So that's the question, is based on your schedule, whatever sport you play, whatever class, work, or anything like that, you would tell us what works for you.
Probably first, I would. I get up and go work out, with football and stuff. And I'll shower up and I'll put this on. I'll probably wear it around the class. Study hall. Definitely in study hall, big time. Yes, sunlight, it's great sunlight outside. That'll be my initial Instagram post. I'll probably do another story, like in the stand on the football field or something like that. That'll be one of my stories. That'll be probably immediately. Like I'll do the first Instagram post, and then the Instagram story would be like probably that same day. But I'll probably have to communicate it with them to see if they wanted that or if that'd be possible. And I'll probably do another story, probably on the weekend, somewhere I'm out, eating or something. And then my in-store appearance would probably be that second week, early in the week as well.
Thank you. So let's give all of you all a round of applause. Thank you so much. So I hope that you all understand all of the kind of nuances and intricacies that go into executing and accepting a brand deal. We watched real time as some of y'all started realizing, oh, you can combine some of these opportunities. You can leverage some of these things that already work within your existing schedule. I hope you also realize that not every deal is worth taking if it doesn't make sense for you or your schedule. If you are not able to deliver on that deal, I would recommend don't take it. From a standpoint of, like we said, from the executive order and things of that nature, they're cracking down on the fulfillment and the execution of these deals. And so the last thing that you want to do is to take a deal and not be able to deliver, and it be no fault of your own. You're an athlete. So it could be because team meeting, practice, away game schedule, and class, and a test, and you may have a hard major, all happening at the same time. And so those are realities that student athletes have to take into consideration when you think about NIL and pursuing these deals and opportunities. Now, a lot of you all pointed out ways that you can leverage your own schedule. Doing it at practice in the weight room, going to another team sport, leveraging these opportunities of things that you're already doing. So if that works for you, then these are ways that you can take advantage, deliver at a high level, and bring the brand the values that they're looking for. But you have to be real with yourself, and you have to be honest with yourself and your schedule. Do you have capacity? That's kind of why we started today with our mental health. And talking about some of those types of different things, because these are all factors that you all should take into consideration when someone's offering money to post, offering you an NIL deal or things of that nature, so that you can look out for yourself as well and be knowledgeable with these. Without further ado, I will bring this session to a wrap. These worksheets are for you all to keep. Please hold on to them and use them as references, as templates, as opportunities may come, or even as you pursue other opportunities. I want to thank you all for your time and participation, and thank you for being a part of our session, but also a part of our Sports Business and NIL Education Summit.
Thank you guys again. I know that was a great, insightful session. Give it up again for Mr. Burrell and his great strategy. Thank you guys again for taking the time out and your dedication. I know today is a Saturday. There's plenty of other things you could have been doing, but you chose to be here with us. So for that, we thank you. You're one step closer to your dream, and continue on working, all right? So as of right now, you guys can continue on finishing up your conversations and networking with who we have left here. But today's summit has come to an end. We pray and hope that you guys truly enjoyed yourselves, and please be sure to leave us some feedback, all right?
And then let's also give another round of applause for Mr. Carl, MiS, Ms. Bradford for putting this together. From Be Collective, from the bottom of our hearts and our team, thank you for having us. Thank you all for letting us educate your students and student athletes, and we hope this is the last that we work together. All right, thanks everyone.